Well, good evening, everybody. It is 4:31 and we're officially calling this meeting on December 14th, 2021. This is our Board of Trustees annual organization meeting along with our traditional board meeting. Our first item of the evening is to call the meeting of order. So hit that as hard as I can. We just did that. We are moving the Pledge of Allegiance to our open session, and we'll make sure we take care of that. Next will be 1.03, Chancellor's recommendation to the agenda.
The items have been reviewed through District Consultation Council and are presented for board review and approval for with no constituent objection.
Okay, well, thank you for that and for all the committee work to make sure that all these items got to the appropriate place where they are. Next is changes to the agenda, and we are moving, as long as we have board consensus, 16.03, action to approve Oxnard College funding proposal to add class sections and increase FTES and use of general fund unrestricted allocated reserves requires a 2/3 vote. We are going to move that to, it'll be the new 8.03. And the intention behind that is a large number of public comments will be joining us either electronically and or in person. And we wanted to make sure that we got that item as quickly as possible after reports, just in case there's any updated information for that item. So if there's any, what's the right word? No, if there's any comments from the trustees, or just make sure everyone's okay with that. We're okay with that? Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate that. Okay. More flipping of pages. Here we go. So we now are at public comment for closed session items, and we've received 3 written public comments for that. And because there's only 3 for closed session, should we read those out loud? We can read those. But before we get to that, we do have a verbal comment in the room, and that is Mr. Ty Gardner. Is it Dr. Ty Gardner or Mr.?
Sadly, it's Mr. But we can talk about health insurance for graduate students some other time.
Okay. Then on that note, a couple laughs here and there. Okay. 'Tis the season. Anyways, Mr. Ty Gardner, Chief Negotiator, AFT 1828. And the topic that you wrote down is Labor Negotiations Academic Calendar. So the next 3 minutes are yours. Oh, look at that. The screen is up and at 'em. So next 3 minutes are yours. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chancellor and members of the board. Tonight, you will vote on a calendar for the next academic year. This calendar is the result of weeks of consultation, bargaining with campus administrators, creativity, and compromise. The district in AFT 1828 agreed to cautiously embrace something a little bit new. It's because of this that I wish to address you today. The Board of Trustees has expressed an interest in looking at our operations through a DEI lens. The calendar is built on that goal. Diversity and inclusion are addressed by moving flex days from the beginning of the semester into the heart of the semester, strategically placing them at times that will help us facilitate DEI-focused professional development. For this purpose, 4 flex days will align with National Hispanic Heritage Month, Learning Disabilities Awareness Month and Filipino American History Month, Women's History Month, and Cesar Chavez Day. It is my hope that our campuses put together high-impact experiences that will not only help faculty learn more about diverse groups of students we serve, but will also help our faculty create pedagogical tools such as culturally relevant and transparent assignments that help engage students and assist them in meeting high standards by providing well-designed support. Targeted Flex Day professional development will help spread equitable practices already being championed by proactive faculty on our campuses. But equity will also come from a seemingly minor change. a normal finals week. Currently, our finals begins on a Thursday, sometimes leading students to have a lab exam on Tuesday and their lecture final on the same Thursday. This is particularly hard on students who work one or more jobs or care for family members while putting themselves through school. Next academic year, we'll do better. Students will have a weekend between final lab exams and their lecture finals. A small change, perhaps, but one for this lab instructor that is very meaningful. I would like to thank the district and campus administrators who provided input on this calendar and who agreed to try a DEI-focused approach. I would also like to thank in advance the amazing faculty involved in professional development on our campuses for working to make these flex days a success. Finally, I hope the board will maintain its DEI lens and embrace creative solutions as we enter into contract negotiations. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your public comment. And I look forward to seeing the item later in our agenda. Okay, so with that, we will go into written public comments, and there are three. What do you think, Chancellor Gillespie? You want to do a little combo? I can read one, you can read one, and be like a public comment sandwich. Okay, here we go. So number one, Emma Kelly, this is still outrageous. Again, I'm reading from the public comments here. So this comes from Emma Kelly. This is still outrageous. Students should have equal access to education. This is discriminating the unvaccinated. This is America. I mean, my body, my voice, right? Everyone deserves a chance and a choice. Myself and others will not stand for this discrimination. Everyone should be allowed on campus. Thank you.
And then we have a comment from Dr. Julius. Thank you for doing a great job so far on our Moore Park College campus. No cases yet on our campus, but I would like to discuss the booster shot. Will the students need to require a booster shot next semester in order to come on campus? If so, can we get more details? Because as I know, there are no cases yet. And I would hate if we need one next semester to come on campus in order to attend on campus. I pick my classes on ground and I am vaccinated. Just not knowing if the booster shot is required will be nice to know, because it will be one less thing to remember, therefore not leading me to drop my classes.
Okay, the last public comment, written public comment that we have for closed session is from Jacqueline Guevara, and that it follows or goes like this. I'm coming to the Board of Trustees as a vaccinated student, although I understand the concern over COVID and the need of a vaccine for next semester. It is still unbelievably unfair. Many students would lose an unfair amount of opportunities due to not being able to attend classes because of this mandate. The vaccine is a horrifying thing. No one really knows the true effects that it can have. I myself got very sick from it and would not want anyone to have to feel all that pain. And that concludes public comment for our closed session. I am now going to read our closed session agenda, which has 3 items. First item is 2.01, Public Employee Discipline Dismissal Release, Government Code 54957, 1 case. 2.02, Conference with Labor Negotiators, AFT and SEIU, Government Code 54957.6. Last but not least, 2.03, Conference with Legal Counsel, Anticipated Litigation, 1 case, Government Code 54956.9, Subdivision B. And with that, this board will be going, or the governance team, the board and chancellor and staff will be heading upstairs to take care of our closed session. We have an estimated time of returning at 6, and I am quite hopeful that we should arrive right at 6 p.m. Are we good? All right. Thank you very much.
slight delay. So there's a delay.
Oh. Yes, have that. Thank you. All right, good evening, everybody. It is Tuesday, December 14th, and we are, oh boy, 15 minutes late. Apologize for that. Our first piece of business is to report that no action was taken in closed session. Our second piece of business is the Pledge of Allegiance. And do we have a volunteer to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? All right, President Sanchez, please. Everyone, please stand. Okay, thank you for that. All right, public comments. All right, lots of names, lots of information floating around here, and we want to make sure we do the wonderful job that we do to make sure everyone has an opportunity to speak. With that said, we have a list of individuals that have registered through our rigorous registration system for verbal comments. And we are just cross-referencing that individuals from the public that also filled out speaker cards, just in case we won't name names twice. That's what I'm trying to get at. So we're just gonna hit the list here and start going through. We'll start with the list of individuals that have filled it out ahead of time. Then we'll go into individuals that have filled out a speaker card. Is that good? Okay. And with that, I'm going to start with Michelle Bailey, who I just met by the water cooler, said that there's a birthday floating around somewhere near tonight, and there's a birthday party to attend to. And then we'll go back to the top of the list with Isaac Okonichowski. So Michelle, the next 3 minutes are yours, and thank you for being here. And I heard also that you are retiring. Today is your last day. So, well, thank you for your service, and we look forward to your public comments. Thank you.
Robust, complete and durable immunity verified by antibody testing after my recovery from COVID. My exemption was denied and I was given a deadline to be vaccinated by December 17th. So that's why today's my last day. I taught in-person classes, and on October 18th or 15th, I lost about a third of my students. They disappeared because they didn't want to be vaccinated. They were fearful to come to class. They didn't want to do the twice-a-week testing. And they came to learn. And they had a lot of stress, anxiety, isolation, loss of joy, and connections. We're always going to have viruses. But I teach health, and the increase of obesity and depression is outrageous right now. And there hasn't been much talk about exercise, nutrition, just increasing vitamin D, vitamin C, and zinc. One of the things is I got this card from the campus, and it's, it says, "Dream, you've got this." And one of the things on the back, it said that, on the back, it said, It said our diverse campus community is known for its spirits of welcomeness and inclusion, but that only applies if we comply to all the mandates while desegregating and discriminating against the unvaccinated and the religious and medical exemptions. Now is the time to pull together rather than to divide and separate. And so what I wanted to just say here is, like I have stories. I'm just going to tell you one story. I have a kid that was homeless in my class. He was living at the Salvation Army. I gave him my textbook. I did everything I could to help this kid every way I knew how to be successful at the college, but he didn't want to get vaccinated. He didn't want to do the twice-a-week testing. And he knew he could survive COVID. He had a 99.99% chance of survival, but I lost him as a student. And I lost several others as a student, but I care about each and every one of them. One of the things I just want to say at the end is that, you know, some of these kids can be world changers, but we lost them through all the bureaucracy. And my hope is over the break that you really consider alternatives to your policies. And that because of this damage that's inflicted on the institution. And I hope that you at least take my parting words to heart and do the right thing and stand up and say no to these mandates and let the students come back and let fear and depression leave this campus, that joy, life, and smiles that we can actually see return. So I just want to thank you for this time and thank you.
Well, thank you for your public comments and service, of course. Next is Isaac. Is Isaac here? All right. Good evening, Isaac, and the next 3 minutes are yours.
Good evening. My name is Isaac Akopnik-Chosky. I'm a paramedic student at Ventura College. So what happened last month's meeting and what's happening right now with certain people not being allowed into the building was completely unacceptable and is completely unacceptable and is a direct violation of Government Code 54953, Section A. You, as a board, need to fulfill your duties under the Brown Act and make sure that everybody who comes to this meeting is able to attend in person. Dr. Al-Fattal, I have submitted a California Public Records Request Act to you, Public Records Act request to you via email on November 3rd and have records of you being subsequently contacted via several methods, including U.S. certified mail. You have not responded back and are now in direct violation of Government Code 6253, Section C. What are you hiding and what is the district hiding? The district needs to have a better public records request system. The VCCCD Police Department has a form and information on their website, yet the district does not. No one should have to dig through administrative procedures to figure out how to do a records request. Your administrative procedure 3300 needs to be amended to create a transparent and reasonable process to access California public records request info. There needs to be a form and a website with a clear process made available. The VCCCD Police Department and many community colleges and districts have this. VCCCD needs to follow suit. The board should immediately repeal Board Policy and Administrative Procedure 3506, the COVID vaccine requirement for employees and students. It is discriminatory, illegal, goes against the mission and purpose of the district as a place of learning and career success, and causes great risk and harm. Continuing to discriminate, segregate, and mistreat unvaccinated individuals when it has become abundantly clear that both vaccinated and unvaccinated individuals can be infected with and transmit the COVID-19 virus is despicable and must come to an immediate end. You are already aware of the consequences of this administrative procedure due to the Enrollment Management Spring 2022 and beyond document attached to Agenda Item 1601 that indicates strikingly low enrollment next semester due to this failed mandate. The district should choose COVID safety protocols that focus on education and engineering, not on mandates and punitive measures that hurt enrollment and campus morale.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Next, I believe is Kenya. Is that correct? Oh, Kenya, did you give your time to? She didn't need it. Okay, so are you going to take your time? Excellent. Okay, so Kenya Galamez, the next 3 minutes are yours.
Yeah, I just want to share with you guys my personal experience, but this happened also to students during the Thanksgiving break. As one of the faculty members that is unvaccinated, we are required to test twice a week, and I do adhere to it, and I go to the testing twice a week. I email a lot of people on campus trying to find out how that was going to impact our Thanksgiving break, because I could only test one day, and then the next day I was going to be out of town. I didn't receive any response. So on my trip, I was able to set up an appointment to go to the closest Walgreens to the airport, run there, pass my appointment time, was able to get it done. Thank God, because the pharmacist was nice enough. She said that FedEx hadn't collected the test exams yet, so I was able to get it. I come the following week, and I didn't get the results from my out-of-state testing until the following Tuesday. That's not allowing me to come back to work. So I think you guys need to really consider how much of an negative impact this is having, not just on faculty, but also on students. During a break, during some type of holiday, I believe that there has to be something done, because many students, not just myself, as a faculty, were not able to come to school for classes that were on in person. And I did everything that I was supposed to. I went out of my way to get this test done. My family was pushing me to make sure that we got it done, that we got the results on time. And they took 5 days as opposed to the 2 days that it typically takes. So I think we shouldn't be punished to stay at home during our breaks just so that we can get the testing done. I want you guys to hear me from both as speaking up for students, because this also happened to them as faculty. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next is Ronnie Boyles. Oh, okay. Let's see. Ronnie, are you online?
Yes, I am.
Oh, there you are. Okay. Next 3 minutes are yours. And I should announce next after Ronnie, the next three speakers will be David Cruz, Alex Nguyen, and Council Member Gabe Tron.
Thank you so much. I'm a student online with Oxnard and Ventura College, and I'm a student online because it helps me with my schedule because of my children who are special needs. So I have a question. How does a student who's unvaccinated or undervaccinated fulfill the requirements for graduation, given that a majority of the classes are either hybrid or fully in person? Physical education classes are one example. Science-based courses with labs are another. So how does one fulfill the requirements for graduation in this hostile, non-inclusive, and inequitable environment that each of you helped create? You, along with the other board members, have created an extremely hostile environment over a virus that is little more than a mild flu. The vaccine is ineffective at preventing viral infection. It is ineffective at preventing viral spread. It is equally ineffective at preventing viral mutation. This new variant of concern they have called Omicron presents with very mild symptoms, like a cold, if at all. In Ventura County, as of today, there were 100,118 positive tests. A positive test does not equal an active infection. You just tested positive. You may be wholly asymptomatic. Up to 75% are based on studies. From that 100,118 positive tests, there were 6,207 cases which were hospitalized in Ventura County since March of last year. From that 6,207 hospitalizations, 1,194 have sadly died. Public health fully admits that 96% of cases resulting in death had a pre-existing medical condition at the time of their death. They call it a COVID positive death. COVID positive does not equal COVID caused. 96% of 1,194 equals 1,146. If you do the math, 1,194 minus 1,146 equals 48 cases that could reasonably be argued as to have been directly caused by COVID-19. 48 divided by 100,118 positive tests equals 0.0479%. That's the death rate that can reasonably be argued. That's not 4.7%, that's 0.047%. The other 1,146 cases are arguable because you could test positive and die of any other issue while COVID positive, and you get tossed in as COVID positive. That does not mean COVID killed you. It just means you were positive at the time of your death. You're segregating students over a vaccine that is wholly ineffective at preventing one from contracting, mutating, or spreading the virus. Why do you insist on segregating students because of the vaccine that even Pfizer itself today admitted fails?
Time. Thank you for your public comment, sir. Next will be Mr. David Cruz. And looking for Mr. David Cruz online. If he is here, it'd be great. If not, our next speaker is, okay. That's the next speaker, Ms. Nguyen. Okay.
Good evening. Thank you, Board of Trustees. I am Alex Nguyen. I am the city manager for the city of Oxnard. And I'm sorry I couldn't join you in person tonight. I am actually in between city council committees meetings tonight. I'm calling during this period to support item 16.03, the Oxnard College request for additional funding in order to add classes to our campus. I just want to share with you that the city of Oxnard has engaged in a few partnerships with Oxnard College in recent years, and we certainly looking forward to many more in the future. 2 years ago, we established the Oxnard Employee Pipeline in partnership with both the college and the Chamber of Commerce. We've also held 2 job fairs on campus, and we certainly look forward to doing that going forward annually. Before the pandemic, we also brought the director of the Detroit Mobility Lab on campus for discussion about the future of mobility, both in the country and in our community. And next year, we are working to bring a discussion on campus about the state of homelessness in our community. And we're looking to bring experts both from the federal, state, and county level. And so we want to do that. And we have another great project that begins next year, which is a citywide project with the UCLA Chicano Studies Research Center. And that project will include Oxnard College students. So with all that, I want to emphasize that City Hall is committed to working with and in support of Oxnard College. So I urge the Board of Trustees to approve the college's request tonight. Again, I believe that is item 16.03. Thank you very much.
Thank you, City Manager Nguyen, and thank you for your commitment from City Hall. Speaking of City Hall, our next speaker is Gabe Tron.
Great. Thank you, Chair Chancellor and trustees and staff. My name is Gabriel Turan, City Council Member for District 2 in the City of Oxnard. And I am also here to speak in support of item 1603 for funding for additional sections at Oxnard College. And our city manager just spoke about some of the administrative and collaborative efforts that are happening between the city and Oxnard College. And I see that my fellow council members, the mayor and county supervisor had signed up to speak as well. I would like to share just kind of my personal take and investment on this. When I went to school in the Oxnard School District and the Oxnard Union High School District system, when I came out of that, I was one of these students who had no clue what I wanted to do after high school. I had just no direction. I was not sure what happened next after high school. And I was able to take some classes at Oxnard College at the urging of my mom, just to try it out, see what I thought. And I will tell you that day 1 of 101 of the Addictive Disorder Studies program, I realized this is what I wanted to do. This was a career that just fit perfectly for me. I would have never known that. I would have never had that opportunity had I not gone to Oxnard College and tried it out. And I have to say that within a community like Oxnard, where we have many challenged families and folks who hail from historically challenged neighborhoods, these types of opportunities and different and diverse opportunities for them can do so much for them in ways that we can't even fathom for them as individuals. I am a perfect example of that. And I started my whole entire career and where I stand to you before today because of Oxnard College and the opportunities that it posed to me as a student who otherwise had very little idea on where he wanted to go next. So I do urge you to please take this into strong consideration, and I want to give you my support for this and offer any type of additional support I can provide to you as trustees or to any of your staff moving forward on this. And I look forward to continued great collaborative relationship between the city of Oxnard and Oxnard College and the Ventura County Community College District as well. Thank you all very much for your time, and I hope you have a great evening.
Thank you, Councilmember Tehran. Next is Supervisor Carmen Ramirez.
Let me know if you can hear me okay. Yes? Okay, great. Well, thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I am very supportive of item 16.03, which would improve outcomes and opportunities for our students of Greater Oxnard. We know that education is the one thing that can guarantee and help people out of poverty, which unfortunately our hardworking, dedicated community really needs: education, better jobs, and all the things that come with that. So years ago, I addressed the Board of Trustees seeking an end to the cutting of programs at Oxnard College. And I was delighted that some of the programs were saved that people desperately wanted. The reality has been that many of the funding formula requires that funding be based on full-time students. And when you don't offer, you're not able to offer the kinds of classes that people want and need, they're going to go to other school campuses. And that has really hurt our city and our community. So here is a great opportunity. I want to really thank the people who came up with this great idea, which is probably always laying there fallow. Please support this and let's all work together. I'll do what I can in my position after knowing so intimately the issues of our city and our county when people really need education. Oxnard College and the other community colleges are the answer. It's affordable, it's local, it's available. We have caring faculty, caring district members, staff, and trustees. So please support it. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Supervisor Ramirez. And I didn't skip Councilmember Vianey Lopez, but she did send an email saying she couldn't make it. But just for good measure, let's just make sure Vianey Lopez is not here. She did send an email to trustees saying that she couldn't make it and sent her message that way. If she is able to make it and pop in, then we'll make sure to hit that up. Next, we have Mr. Mayor John C. Zaragoza.
Hello, Mr. Chair, can you hear me? Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you loud and clear.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. So, Mr. Chair, thank you so much. As the mayor of Oxnard, I support the college request to add more classes and urge the Board of Supervisors to approve item 16.03. As you know, Mr. Chair, and board members, the city of Oxnard has a population of 202,000 residents, the largest city in the county of Ventura. And I believe that this would be an equity issue. I believe that our residents need the options for their studies as opposed to driving to Ventura and also to Moore Park College. Our residents need the convenience of being able to attend their hometown college within the city of Oxnard as opposed to going outside to other colleges. Many of our residents are unable to commute to Ventura and to Moore Park due to the lack of transportation that causes them not to apply. And many of our residents work late and cannot meet time classes in other colleges. So please, I urge the Board of Trustees to approve this item for Oxnard. And it is an investment, I believe it's an investment with a future and of Oxnard residents. Thank you so much, and please approve item 16.03. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor Zaragoza. Next, just to kind of keep the theme of council members, we'll see if Council Member Bert Perello is with us. Hopefully he is. And then following Bert Perello, Councilmember Perello will be Adam Vega, and followed by Everardo Gutierrez Rivera. Okay, good evening, Councilmember Perello. The next 3 minutes are yours.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak on this matter. Just a suggestion, you recently lost a former community college board member, Bob Gonzalez out of Santa Paula. I will share with you that I attended classes at Ventura College with Mr. Gonzalez as the Oxnard College had not been built at the time. The reason I'm speaking is I represent the city of Oxnard in District 1. Oftentimes it is said that the people in Oxnard travel to Ventura or Moorpark to get the college classes that they cannot find at Oxnard. One thing that I found even when I went to school at Ventura College, which was a good school, and was that not every family had enough money for a car for the students to drive back and forth. So there was carpooling even in that day. In this day and age where we have families that are working multiple jobs and children, when they either quit high school or graduate from high school, assist those families to make ends meet. The accommodations to have the ability to go to a close community college to further their status in society, get something that makes them more valuable to community, and they can benefit more for their family, taking care of the family that they will bring into being, as people do. You need to understand a couple of things. If you want to eat, you need to work. And if you work, you need to get paid for what you're worth. And if you can better yourself, like a mechanic needing tools or a teacher needing specific credentials, you become more valuable. Education is the method to get that value. And if we can get this item 16.03 approved, it will assist the residents in Oxnard, the largest community in the county. The need is great. A lot of people are leaving Oxnard to go to Moorpark or to go to Ventura for specific reasons, to get specific classes. And when the schedules change or their opportunity to contain and continue working in the employment that they have to make a choice. And that choice is food on the table or continue with the education. Sometimes it is not simply that they shoulder that responsibility on themselves. They are helping to support an entire family. I seriously hope that you will consider supporting this effort to bring more classes so that the people of Oxnard can learn at a much closer distance and better avail themselves of an educational process to climb the ladder to reach the next rung of society. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, council members. I believe next is Mr. Adam Vega, followed by Everardo Gutierrez Rivera, followed by Rick Castanero, and concluding the verbal comments that have been pre-registered, Dr. Ray Tejada. And then we'll get into the comment cards that have been received tonight. So we are currently looking for Mr. Vega. Adam Vega. Adam Vega, are you here? The time being is Everardo Gutierrez Rivera here?
Yes, I am. I'm right here.
Okay, then the next 3 minutes are yours. And Mr. Vega, if you're around, feel free to pop in next.
All right. Can you guys hear me? Hello?
Yes, we hear you loud and clear, sir.
Okay, I'm speaking on behalf of, as a citizen of Oxnard, a resident of Ventura County, employee of Oxnard College, and a matter of 16.03. I am highly in support of this initiative by our president and a visionary of our college and our district. Thank you, Chancellor and the trustees and Mr. Chair for allowing me to say a few words about this. Initially, I started my career at Oxnard College as a part-time counselor at the off-campus center at Santa Clara High School. We had a robust campus center, and I can attest to that because I was working there mostly evenings with our reentry students. And I would like to call this opportunity and the vision of our president out here in the collections area in El Rio area, next to the freeway, the corridor of opportunity, because it is a great opportunity for us to be in the community. It is part of our service area. As my friends, I will call them my friends, city council people, Carmen Ramirez and John Zaragoza, and a few friends will be talking after me, that we have been in the community for a very long time. We understand the needs of our community, our mission and vision of Oxnard College, and indeed the district support this initiative. Has been said many times, it's an equity issue. We have the largest city in the county, fastest growing, and especially in this area out here in the collections area where there's a lot of young families, the access to the freeway, and at times we have to go to the community and service their needs. This opportunity for us to be out there in the community to serve them, and like I mentioned, the area is growing, it's fast growing. Island Acres, which is a little bit further in El Rio, the potential of us being out there and offering a variety of different classes to increase our FTES, which indeed will help the whole district in general. Again, being part of the off-campus center that was in Santa Clara High School before, I definitely appreciate the initiative. I back it 100%. I hope that we get unanimous votes and the Board of Trustees, because this initiative will benefit all our three colleges and indeed service this area that's highly needed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. I appreciate that. Next is, just making sure Adam Vega is not here, but next is going to be Rick Castanero, followed by Dr. Ray Tejada.
Good evening, trustees and Chancellor Gillespie. I would like to thank you for putting the Oxnard proposal on the agenda for this evening. I think it's very important and well overdue. We know that our whole county has suffered from COVID during the last year or so, and no one has suffered more than 93030 and 93033. With that, this has impacted every college. Enrollment is down everywhere. And I am excited to know that this is the first plan to grow enrollment. We need to do that all over in the Santa Clara Valley, in Moore Park, everywhere. We need more support to inspire our youth to get into the community college. The community college is a cornerstone of growth and development in our community. And there's no place that needs this more than Oxnard. Oxnard suffers some of the lowest income neighborhoods, some of the most overcrowded housing, and yet here we are. After being devastated by COVID, this community still moves forward. You've heard from our local leaders. You've heard from local community. So now it rests in your hands. I hope that $500,000 a year is not seen as a bad investment in a community that really needs it. So with that, I want to thank you for considering this. I hope this will move forward and we can continue to improve the community college district of Ventura County. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Castanero, and Dr. Ray Tejada. Oh, and I also see Adam Vega has now joined us. So after Dr. Ray Tejada will be Adam Vega. Not seeing Dr. Ray Tejada, we'll go with Mr. Adam Vega.
Good evening, everyone. I'd just like to voice my support once again for the equitable distribution of funds, and especially needing to take into account as many of the folks and presenters had said before me, the specific needs of the 93033 area code in the South Oxnard area. Oxnard College has been a great and invaluable resource to myself and many others in the community, and we just hope that it continue to be that resource as well as grow to meet the needs of our growing population. And again, thank you all who have participated here tonight, and we hope that our message is heard, and we hope to see these funds distributed accordingly, and making sure that Oxnard College gets its fair share. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Adam Vega. Not seeing Dr. Ray Tejada, but again, if he pops in, we'd be more than happy to, of course, hear your comments. We are now going to transition into speaker cards that we've received at this point in the evening. Kind of doing a last call also for these. But let's start. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. So our first speaker will be Ms. Laura Espinoza, followed by Tony Magana, and third will be Elena Daly. Ms. Espinoza, just if you can, just make sure that mic's on so that way our viewers at home and the YouTube channel and the World Wide Web can make sure they hear you. There should be a green light on there.
Yeah, it appears it's on.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Good evening, trustees. I did submit 2 speaker cards. One is a non-agenda item. I'm here representing Santa Paula Latino Town Hall. I'm President Laura Espinoza, and we're celebrating our 25th anniversary this year. And we came to thank you for supporting our annual awards event on December 3rd. We did a virtual award event, and the district, Ventura College, East Campus have all been great supporters. And I believe we have a very common bond. We've awarded 200 awardees with recognition, many from education. Our theme is a legacy of education, advocacy, and action. And that brings me here today on my second speaker card. But I do want to show you, and you were each given a copy of this special insert in the Santa Paula Times. It gives our history, all of the awardees over the last 25 years. And your ad on the back, it's currently playing on Channel 10 in Santa Paula on cable. So you're very well recognized, and we thank you again for that. Chair, Chancellor, do you want me to proceed with my second card, or do you want me to come back? I can do that.
Yes, I've only received, oh, yes, we do have the second here, so that would be great. And thank you for the smooth transition there.
Again, representing Santa Paula Latino Town Hall, also Santa Clara Valley Together has submitted some remarks as well. I previously submitted yesterday remarks to the Chancellor, President Hoffman's, Dean Vega, and so I won't rehash all of those remarks. Santa Paula Latino Town Hall applauds President Sanchez for doing his job, showing leadership. This proposal is fantastic, prepared within 3 months, while us residents of Santa Clara Valley have been waiting 20 years for a similar proposal. The bond measure S, passed in 2002, proposed that Santa Clara Valley would be one of the centers established by the Community College District. All of you are well aware of this 20-year history. All of you are well aware of our involvement over many years advocating for also a very needy community. We don't need to rehash that. We need some action. And we support the Oxnard proposal that helps students. It doesn't matter where they come from. We're not going to oppose students receiving an education that they so deserve. But we think that we want to challenge you that you need to direct your staff and your chancellor to comply with the Measure S, not only using a moral compass measurement, but a legal, you're legally bound by that. And it would be great if we could work collaboratively as we thought we were doing. We've complied with every committee, every initiative that we have tried at dialoguing and supporting new programs. We recognize there have been some efforts. That's not the case, but the center is still not built 20 years later. It is a promise unfulfilled. We really need your support here. Just because Oxnard is bigger does not mean equity. Equity then is a misunderstood statement. Equity is to fulfill the promise, a 20-year commitment to the Santa Clara Valley. Those $356 million from that bond have already been distributed to all 3 campuses. Some of it was promised to the Santa Clara Valley. One, it was already given away to the Ventura County Sheriff's Academy. 2, we now see that what we were all advised, raise your enrollments. Okay, but where's the plan? Dr. Sanchez just gave you the template. So we think that you can just use that template for the Santa Clara Valley as well. We encourage you to please use the correct definition of equity. Equity means that all boats rise, and those the neediest in the Santa Clara Valley. We have the social determinants of health are clearly outlined in all county public documents. We can't be battling with Oxnard about who's the worst in every category. That just doesn't even make sense. Let's all work together and collaboratively and get this done. Thank you so much for your efforts to date. And we do acknowledge President Hoffman's. We have a couple of new programs, but again, just in the last couple of years, that's where we've made some efforts. Whereas this measure was passed 20 years ago. 5 classrooms is all that the Santa Clara Valley has as its pathway to higher education and career tech, careers and opportunities. Please listen to the pleas of the community. We can't come here and chastise anyone. Everyone is working towards the same goal, but yet the Santa Clara Valley is once again left out. Remember this, when you look at the Santa Clara Valley, you have a wastewater treatment dump that we are currently fighting. You have redistricting that barely made the minimum CVAP. And then you have this community college center. Please match what you've done or may be doing tonight for Oxnard in the Santa Clara Valley. That's what we're asking for. Let's have some equity here for those that have waited the longest. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your public comments. And just a point of clarification, those comments did go longer, but Ms. Espinoza is representing an organization, so that's why the time was allotted to go longer. And thank you for your comments. I believe next is, oh boy, messed up all my neat paper stack. Yes, is that Tony Magana?
Yes.
All right. Okay, Tony Magana, the next 3 minutes are yours.
All right. Hello. So I'm kind of unprepared today. It seems like every board of trustees meeting, I have some important test, and today happened to be finals, the 2 hardest finals for me. And as it turns out, those might have been the last 2 finals that I'm going to take at Ventura College because I'm one of the unvaccinated students at VC. And I guess it's no secret. A bunch of people already knew, I guess, probably because I speak out so much about it. But I just wanted to share a little bit about my experience this semester and how it's been. So this semester has been by far the roughest one that I've experienced. I've been here at VC for the past 2.5 years, and this semester was just kind of like a roller coaster. Went from thinking that I was almost going to transfer to now feeling like I was going to have to drop out of college. And so that really affected me and my grades and everything. And I found it kind of ironic seeing a few weeks ago some weekly announcements from the college. And it was an announcement advertising the vaccine mandate. And it had a picture of me above it. And I was holding a sign that said, "My future is now." But in a way, it felt like my future really wasn't now. And so I think by far the hardest part about all of this has to be seeing how far I've come in my own personal development from where I started 2.5 years ago. Before coming to Ventura College, I was just a pretty shy, quiet kid. And I wouldn't be doing this, what I'm doing right now, speaking at the Board of Trustees meeting. But here I am. And I also took up a leadership role, which I never even thought I would do. And so now it feels like all of that is going to be just thrown away. And now I'm having to look into other options, which are all very tough. Now I'm having to look into moving out of state to finish my college. Looking over at Texas, and that's never an easy thing to do, to move, but might be what I have to do. And that's my experience. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comments. All right, next is Elena Daly.
Hi, it's pronounced Ilana Daly.
Okay, I'll try that again. Next is Alana Daly.
Thank you.
Sure.
So I want to point out a few things. Number one, enrollment is down. Number two, testing doesn't work. Number three, the mobile app requires your students to
Alana,
lie.
if you could please put your mask on. Thank you.
So testing doesn't work. Mobile app
Alana,
requires
if you
your
could
students to
please,
lie.
Alana, if you could please put your mask on. Thank you.
There is no medical reason to require masking, testing, or vaccines. There are insufficient courses available. Teachers are leaving because they're forced to leave. So I want to thank the body for approving my son's religious exemption. My issue that I take with the approval of the religious exemption is that it's only a partial religious exemption. The exemption part is he doesn't have to be tested, he doesn't have to be vaccinated because he's 14 years old. But you still require him to be tested. You still require him to show up and get a wristband in order to attend classes. Because of the lack of classes that you offer, he tried to get an online calculus 2 class. The total number of accepted students in the class was 15. There were 18 enrolled in less than 2 hours of signing up for the class when the doors opened up for him to be able to do it online. So he will be attending a course at Moore Park College, and he'll be attending a course at Ventura College because that's the classes that are available. So I get to, while I'm I work full-time in my job, and my family business, I run the financial and insurance aspect along with the HR, right? And I'm a full-time mom of a dual enrollment student. Oh, and by the way, I'm on the board of the Ojai Valley Gun Club. I run all their membership. Oh, and by the way, I also mentor 2 students because I'm a CASA. So now I get to take the time out of my day, reduce my income so I can make sure my son gets all the way over to Moore Park College so he can take that Calc 2 class and then get him back over to VC College so he can take his second semester of sign language. It's a choice that I make. But had you offered sufficient number of classes for the enrolled kids, we wouldn't have to do this. I wouldn't have to travel an hour to get to Moore Park one direction, and then 45 minutes from that school to get to Ventura College. Okay, so I take issue with the required testing. I'm going to tell you, I'm not going to make him test. So you can stop him with the police officers at school like you did when he was at Ventura College, because he didn't have this kind of mask on. He had a shield on. You can stop him and you can force him to put a mask on. I'm telling you that right now, and you can arrest me. This is ridiculous.
Thank you for your comments. And if we could hold off on applause, that would be much appreciated. Next is Katrina Topolinski, followed by Tiffany Pollock, and closing it out, Tony. Oh, we heard from Tony McDonough, correct? Okay, so I did. Probably the board clerk. Okay, just making sure that my email's been hacked lately, so just making sure. Okay, well, how about we knock out the next two public comments, and then if you could just remind me your name? Rebecca. Okay, then Rebecca, you'll be our third speaker, okay? Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Katrina Topolinski. I teach math at Moore Park College. Moore Park College mission statement states that we're grounded in equity, social justice, and a student's first philosophy. Now, Tony spoke 2 people ago. What part of that makes you feel that you are actually making students come first? This is my 3rd time addressing the board. I've said the same thing each time. The vaccine mandate even stated will hurt our enrollment numbers by not allowing all students onto campus. Now, my colleagues and I are being asked by administration to help increase enrollment. So let me tell you how our current enrollment numbers are. At Moore Park College for the spring semester, there are currently 48 on-ground math courses that face cancellation due to low enrollment. 48. This accounts for over 60% of the total on-ground math courses being offered in the spring. This number is far greater than any other previous semester with enrollment open to all students. In contrast, only 10% of online math courses have low enrollment. This shows that the students are out there and that they do want to take classes. So I'm here doing what administration requested and trying to help increase enrollment by asking you to make it easier to allow all students to attend on-campus courses, regardless of their vaccination status. If this means offering them testing so we can increase enrollment, then we need to do that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your public comments. Okay, the next two, we have Tiffany Pollock, followed by, oh, is it Rebecca? Okay, thank you. Tiffany.
Thank you. My name is Tiffany Pollock, and I'm a professor of chemistry at Moore Park College. I'm department chair and vice president of Academic Senate. I wanted to address a few different issues. The first one is that I feel very sad and frustrated that at the last board meeting, I was the one out in the lobby area because you're enforcing some sort of capacity limit and social distancing in the audience, while the rest of the room is not. I'm concerned because it's difficult for the public to participate in a public board meeting when they're confined to the lobby space. Right now, we have some faculty member in the lobby space with her family wanting to participate in the meeting. Second thing I wanted to talk about, Trustee Torres, I really appreciate how focused you are on students and making sure they have access to complete their degree. At the last board meeting, it was stated that only a very small portion of students, specialty degrees such as nursing, don't have the opportunity to complete their degree. And really, it was blamed, I think, on the lack of the hospitals admitting students. I want to tell you that there are hospitals in Ventura County that do admit students that are unvaccinated, so that just wasn't true. I also wanted to mention that while it's being proposed that it's just a very, very small portion of students that are not going to be able to complete their degrees, I would actually like to suggest that all pre-med majors and most STEM majors will not be able to complete their degrees at any campus in our district if they are unvaccinated and they don't have an exemption. Pre-med students have to take organic chemistry, and all sections at all 3 colleges are on ground. The American Chemical Society recommends that all labs return to in-person. The University of California system and the CSUs are also going to be enforcing a return to in-person lab work. So I'm very concerned that not just my own students that are chemistry majors, but also any major that is a student that wants to be pre-med, in order to get their prerequisite courses completed, they have to take lab courses, and most of them are returning to in-person. Finally, I wanted to just share my own personal concerns. I have students, just like Tony, they don't know what to do. They're not vaccinated. They don't qualify for an exemption, and they have to go somewhere. There is somewhere they can go. And Tony, I have plenty of information that I can share with you, because College of the Canyons allows students to be unvaccinated. It is not a very far drive for someone in the Valley to go to College of the Canyons instead of one of the VCCCD campuses. I urge you to please
Time. Thank you for
allow
your public
testing.
comment. Thank you very much. And last but not least, Rebecca. And just for the record, if you could state your last name, that would be super helpful.
My name is Rebecca Dahl. I'm a parent of 2 students at Moore Park College. I have a dual enrolled 16-year-old and an 18-year-old freshman. It took us a lot of time for my freshman to decide to go to Moore Park for 2 years and then transfer to a 4-year. It's unlikely he's going to be able to finish his associates. He needs in-person classes. Thank you for finally outsourcing your religious exemption process so that my children's religious exemptions were completed. But are you guys trying to punish the kids by reducing testing to 4 hours a day next semester? I just called LabLink. Testing's between 10 and 2. Kids pick their classes and now they can't go and get tested because you've reduced testing to 4 hours. It's the only site in Ventura County that offers a mouth test rather than a nasal test, which is important for some people. I noticed tonight in your statistics about COVID that there was no breakout of special admit students. Your dual enrollment students were up to 7.75% of your student population. How many are you losing next semester? What about your disabled students, your access students? How many of them are you losing next semester? It was stated that students want online classes. That's not true. Students want to be in person. Freshmen haven't had in-person classes for 2 years. They were kicked out of their high school campuses in March 2 years ago. They want the camaraderie. They want to see their friends. But you know what? They don't want Allison K. Spartan stopping them from accessing Moore Park campus because their test results didn't come in on time. I don't think you guys understand how many students that she denied access to campus the week after Thanksgiving. The security people called her, and even when a test was 1 day late, she denied that student access to campus the whole week, the week before finals. You guys have to know that that was significantly impactful to your students. Kids were dropping classes because they missed the last week of an important class. That's not okay. We're constantly having to sit down and see what is the current changes at VCCCD and what is its impact to my kids and whether or not they have to drop a class or change classes again. I'm not sure you're aware that the advisory that came from the California Community College Chancellor's Office actually told you that this mandate is illegal. There is no ed code that allows community colleges to have a vaccine mandate. The only ed code that exists is to deny students access to campus if they have a contagious disease. You don't get to assume that every student who is unvaccinated is carrying a contagious disease. Just like all of you who've not participated in a HIV vaccine trial, we don't all assume you guys all have HIV. We don't all assume that you guys are carrying Hep B. These kids deserve to be on campus. Your process was working. Screen, mask, wristband, and one color colored wristband for all students. None of this Nazi stuff with different colored wristbands and different kinds of masks that Mr. Mantooth decided to propose during the summer, because I watched those board meetings, and that is discrimination.
Thank you for your public comments. And I think I spoke too soon when I mentioned that that was the final comment, because I do see a hand raised and a title of Dr. Ray Tejada. So welcome, Dr. Ray Tejada. And I think you're going to close us out on public comment. So it's nice to see you. And the next 3 minutes are yours.
Well, how about that? Happy holidays to everybody. Board of Trustees, Chancellor, Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen, students. I just want to add on the funding for Oxnard College, the proposal to possibly add classes and faculty to that campus. Just wanted to reiterate that I'm a big supporter of that and possibly growing Oxnard College. I think that we're at a point now where I think helping Oxnard College improve could also improve the other two sister campuses as well. So adding the courses, I think, is a move in the right direction. The fact that can come out of that is possibly the adult learning that it can attract that community, and also you know, in our diversity inclusion, that we consider the mere fact that in that community we have many representations of different people of color in there. And so, you know, in making this charge of adding courses and adding curriculum and supporting the additives that could enhance Oxnard College, I'd like for you to keep in mind that, you know, the representations in that community, which is vast from all sectors, are to be considered. And again, thank you for saving my place in line and giving me the opportunity to speak with you. And please have a safe holiday. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your public comment, and we return the happy holidays to you and all of our public speakers. That's going to return us to, and I inadvertently forgot to mention before we went to closed session, we did have a change to the agenda. I'm just going to read that. And the change to the agenda is one of the items that was mentioned numerous times in public comment, and that's 16.03. Out of respect for the numerous public comments, we thought we'd move that up, and that has been moved to, oh gosh, 8.03. Thank you, Vice Chair McKay. So, and thank you, Chancellor Gillespie. Chancellor Gillespie, before we dive back into our regular agenda, has a summary of all written comments that were received. Chancellor Gillespie is going to work his magic and summarize those.
Yes, and all these written comments will be available with the agenda and accompanying board materials. So there were 44 total written comments. There were on several subjects. There were 30 for initiating or continuing the test everyone requirement and eliminate the mandate. So that's for the COVID-19 protocols. There were 10 against the vaccine mandate. There was one written comment supporting requiring booster shot. There were 2 against requiring a booster shot, and then one written comment for expanding services and investment at the BC East Campus. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. With that said, let's see here. Pledge is done. Report. Okay. That's going to take us to, look at that. Okay. Item 4.01. And before we dive into any motions or anything like that, Chancellor Gillespie has graciously agreed to kind of lay out the foundation to how this item will shake out. And then we'll go into our organization.
Okay, thank you, Chair Chancellor. So we will be moving into item 4, and the first item there is action to elect the chair of Board of Trustees. And for the process, I'll go ahead and open up, we get to this item, I'll open it up for nominations. I'll recognize a trustee, and that trustee can then make a nomination. If there's a second, then that nomination will go on to a vote. And if there's a majority vote, that particular candidate would then move into the chair. If there's no majority vote, then it'd be open for another nomination and we'd repeat the process. And if there's a nomination and no second, of course, then we'd go right back to nominating again. So that's kind of a summary as to how the process works. And that's similar to what we've done previously.
Thank you for that. And with that, I'd like to nominate Trustee Torres to be chair of the board.
Okay, we have a nomination for Trustee Torres to be chair of the board. Is there a second?
I'll second my own nomination.
So we have the motion for Trustee Torres to serve as chair, and we have the second there. So we'll go ahead and have a vote of the board.
Chancellor Gillespie, is there an opportunity for comments? Okay. The maker of the motion, I would just like to say, Trustee Torres, Vice Chair McKay and myself were all elected at the same time 3 years ago. And it's been a pleasure to be chair. And one of the things I've been very aware of and observant during these 3 years is your leadership. And that's in the various committees, in the community, and your role as trustee. So that was the root of my reasoning to nominate you as chair, and I give my full support. So.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, so we'll go ahead and
comment. I just want to say that although I'm not allowed to motion or second at tonight's meeting, I would not support Trustee Torres for chair. I would support Trustee McKay. I think Trustee McKay has the leadership to guide us through the difficult path that the district is heading towards. However, I think Trustee Torres would be an excellent vice chair. I think seeing them work together at the policy planning, accreditation, and student success committee over the past 2 months, I've seen their balance. And I think Trustee Torres' commitment to diversity, equity, inclusion, and justice is incredibly commendable and would be suitable for the vice chair role.
So the reason I second my nomination, as we're moving towards the spirit of justice, diversity, equity, and inclusion, what better than for us as a board to be able to demonstrate in our leadership? It's been a wonderful opportunity to really be able to learn from my colleagues these last 3 years, really in terms of leading, in terms of the board. And for myself, in terms of moving forward, we look at it from having opportunities. And for myself, when we're being that example to our college and to our districts, is really to be inclusive. And when you look about being inclusive, it's really looking into what does social justice look like? And we come together as a board. So one of the things I've realized as a chair is that you make no decisions on your own as a chair. You really come together as a board. Your role is in facilitating the meeting, but it's really in being able to come together as the board. So for me to be able to say I can do this is because I have a board behind me, not because on my own, because there's no way that I can do this on my own because that doesn't exist. And so as we're moving forward together as a board in terms of a chancellor, in terms of opening our colleges, is more than ever, we come together really as a board and making decisions and being able to sit in different committees and being able to have ad hoc committees to maybe look at search firms, to maybe look at other areas. And this is not something you do alone. And I think for us as the board is really growth, is opportunities. And what a beautiful way to be able to demonstrate that within our own board. So I did give it a lot of thought before I second Josh's nomination. I feel very honored, and thank you, Josh, for those wonderful words. I've really enjoyed very much the leadership that you've brought forward this year, but I've also enjoyed very much Trustee McKay's and also Trustee Bettis during the time that I've had the opportunity to be able to do this. If elected, I'm not by myself. There's a vice chair, and there's a vice chair to be right there with me to be able to do this work. So I'm happy to listen and to the decision of my fellow colleagues, what they believe is the best interest of our board. But how can I not express my interest? So I just wanted to make that comment. Thank you.
Any other comments? So at this time, then we have the nomination for Trustee Torres for board chair. And Laura, if you could go ahead and do a roll call vote.
No.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so that motion didn't pass, so I'll open it up for nomination for chair.
Would like to nominate Trustee McKay for Chair of the Board of Trustees.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a nomination and second for Trustee McKay for chair. Any comments? Okay, Laura, would you like to do roll call vote?
Yes.
You can comment. You comment first?
So my vote is going to be when we look at systemic barriers. This is going to be a perfect example of the reasons, and it's not that I don't believe in Trustee McKay being able to lead, because she has the ability to lead. But I also have seen it over time. When we talk about systemic barriers, it's a majority that believes for different reasons that a certain person can do it and somebody else can't. And that has been historically what the injustices have always been, particularly when you look into people of color. And so as we're looking into Hispanic serving institutions, and as we're looking into opportunities we are going to have within my tenureship, we are going to have most likely a chair who's been 2 years in the 4 years chair. We've had already one of the trustees who's been chair. We've had Josh coming to the board alongside with me, who had the opportunity to also be chair. And so now when there's been an interest, perhaps a decision is going to be made. This trustee from this community isn't worth it yet to be a chair. And so I just want to point that out as we look in terms of systemic barriers and equity, also the belief that we have in each other. So my vote is not going to be a reflection of what I believe for Trustee McKay, and that's important for me to let it be known. It's going to be a system that unfortunately is a barrier to give opportunities, and it's just based on a majority vote. So my vote is no.
Yeah, I echo that sentiment. I can't say it any better because I have full faith. You know, we all worked with you as chair, and I have full faith with you in chair, but I am a little confused on this process and the way this is all shaken out. So I'm also a no.
And Laura, did you get Trustee Perez?
Yes.
Okay, so we have vote in favor for Trustee McKay to be chair. So Trustee McKay, congratulations, and Trustee Chancellor, thanks for your service as chair.
All right. Okay, good.
Of a vote, we're going to move on to vice chair.
McKay.
Trustee Perez,
I'd like to nominate trustee Mantooth for vice chair.
is there a second? I'll second that. With that, Laura, can you call for the vote? I guess comments, please. Sorry.
I'll make some comments. There's a lot of traits and values that we all espouse and aspire to fulfill in the performance of our duties. And all things said, I look at the actual performance of each member of this board, and that's why I nominated trustee Mantooth for the role of vice chair.
My comment? Okay.
Trustee Torres.
So, and we're having a very open and candid conversation. So as we look at the dynamics of our chair and potentially our vice chair, we have a vice chair that just came into office as a board member to our board. Regardless of past experience, we're looking in terms of our board. Less than a year, well, about a year. And there's been a nomination already for a vice chair. So when we start looking at systemic barriers and intentionally deciding how decisions are going to be made, we look at the chair and the vice chair, and I'm wondering, do we have really ideas? I think there's value in being able to give opportunities. And I'm not speaking just on behalf of myself, because it can be another board member down the road, but here I've been for it'll be 4 years, 3 years, not chair, not vice chair. What does that say about our board in terms of inclusivity? We talk so much about DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. Where's inclusivity just in the makeup of our board for a chair and a vice chair? Because that's what we're leading. That's what we're telling our colleges. But yet as a governance board, we don't have that. We're creating barriers. There isn't an opportunity to sit at the table and to be able to discuss, for example, in agenda setting, there's a chair, there's already trustee McKay, have perhaps a different perspective. That's inclusivity. That adds, that builds. So it's unfortunate that as a board, we're not able to really look into the values of social justice, of inclusivity, of diversity and equity. And in looking into our chair and our vice chair, are we also taking those perspectives into consideration? So that's my comment.
Any other comments? Student trustee Rodriguez.
I kind of want to echo trustee Torres's comments. I think that she has expressed a willingness to be in a leadership position. And I know that just from watching previous board meetings. She was actually, along with trustee McKay, a speaker at the CCLC student orientation. I think that she would be a good vice chair, and I know I don't get a vote. However, I would implore my colleagues to reconsider and nominate trustee Torres.
Trustee Chancellor.
Just briefly, I don't want to repeat anything that's been said, but it was interesting to see how different governance teams do this process, and one of the things that I know in my city of Ventura that sometimes carries in who the rotating of mayor and mayor pro tem is the top percentage of voters, that when someone is elected, and maybe trustee Perez is familiar with some cities that do this. I don't know if Moore Park ever did it that way as well, but it's just something also to echo, I think, way back 3 years ago, which seems like a lifetime ago, but the faith and belief that the voters of this county gave you and your role of leadership, so I also, just as I supported you for chair, fundamentally support you as, vice chair as well. So, and it doesn't mean I don't support another nominee, because I think we're all qualified. We're all here, but it's nice to include someone that has also been here for a long time and is eager to participate in that leadership role as well. So thank you.
Okay, any more comments? That, please vote. Mrs. Brower?
Yes. Nope.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, that trustee Mantooth will be vice chair on a 3-2 vote. Thank you so much. Next, we'll move on to appoint the secretary of the board. And that is our chancellor and requires an action by us, and I'll accept a motion for that.
Wait, our chancellor is.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to appoint the secretary to the board, our chancellor, Gillespie. Any comments? If not, please vote. Trustee, student trustee?
Yes.
Everyone else, please vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Student trustee, yes. Okay. The calendar. We're going to take a peek at our board meeting calendar. I hope everyone had a chance to peek at it before right now. We have just a point out, very busy January, can't be avoided because also then the last weekend in January, we have a conference in the legislative conference in Sacramento, which I know many of us are attending. So it's just a busy month for us. We're going to feel like we didn't have much of a January. So, and with that said, we will have some work to do on our chancellor search as well. So does anyone have any changes to the calendar that they'd like to recommend at this time? If not, can I have a motion to approve?
Move to approve the board calendar.
Is there a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. That motion carries 6-0, including student trustee. Okay, committees. We have gotten back into the business of committees. Trustee Torres and I have added an A, and it'll come up later. We're back to PACS, planning, policy planning, accreditation, and student success. It is a heavy lift. My thought as chair is maybe if there is any legislative work, it could go to admin services, even though we'll be looking at it under policy anyway. It's just a heavy lift. If someone has an interest in replacing me on that committee, please let me know. And same with administrative services. I think I will take the prerogative that most chairs do, and I will make the final appointments in January. And that gives all of you a chance. So we will just table this until January. And if you have a desire to be on any of these committees, let me know. The policy, I know the admin service is going to meet. I assume that the current committees will continue to meet. I will continue to meet with Trustee Torres. She chairs policy, and whoever is on admin services, if they would still do the meeting 2 days from now, that would be great until we make any changes. And then action for certification of school board representative to vote in the election for members of the county committee on the school board district organization. This usually requires one meeting a year prior to a school board association meeting on a Monday, about 5 o'clock, 5:30. Who is it? Is it you now? Is it me? Do you want to do it?
I would be very interested in doing that.
Okay, you are, unless anybody else is dying to do it. It's actually interesting because they do talk about some of the things that are coming up, and there are redistricting and things like that. That's where you don't actually make the decision, but you vote on the people that do. And so you actually talk about it. So, okay, I will appoint Trustee Chancellor as the person in that position. And if we could let the County Office of Ed know, that would be great.
How long a run did you have at that, Chairman King?
I don't know, 10 years. Steve Blum did it for a year in between there when he was treasurer of the CSBA for a while. Okay. Acknowledgement of new employees. Ms. Barosa.
Thank you, Chair McKay.
So congratulations to the following employees who were hired or promoted during the period of November 1st through November 30th of 2021. Raul Alonso, Maintenance Worker 2 at Moore Park College. Deanna Grove, Counseling Services Specialist, Moore Park College. Diane Guzman, Administrative Assistant, Moore Park College. Sheila Liu, Grant Accounting Administrative Assistant at Oxnard College. Susanna Wilford, Office Assistant, Bilingual, Oxnard College. Kelly Bruns, Administrative Assistant, Ventura College. Roberto Garcia, Instructional Lab Technician 1, Manufacturing, Ventura College. Alex Yepes, Counseling Services Specialist, Moore Park College. John Loprino, Child Development Associate, Oxnard College. Evelia Bahena, Custodian, Ventura College. Erica Martinez, Assistant Registrar, Ventura College. And Melanie Selak, Student Success and Support Specialist 2 at Moore Park College. We also have one appointment of a classified management, Sean Butchot, Director of Software Applications and Development. Congratulations to them.
Congratulations. Wow, that's quite a list. Okay, next we have recognition of Ventura County retirees, and there are no retirees to recognize at this time. We had one earlier. Recognition of campus health screeners, Dr. Gillespie.
Yes, the Board of Trustees, myself really want to thank all of the screeners for the work they've been doing throughout the pandemic. And we will have some comments from Vice President Oscar Cobian. Oscar? Oscar, just checking, making sure you're there.
He's coming in right now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Here I am. How you all doing? Good evening. Chancellor Gillespie, esteemed Board of Trustees, I would like to thank you for your recognition of our health screeners at Oxnard College, Ventura College, and Moore Park College. Our health screeners play a vital role to ensure we keep our employees, students, and guests safe while on campus. Our screeners take their job very seriously by always showing professionalism, dedication, and care. At times, health screeners must bear the brunt of abuse by students, community members, and employees who do not always want to comply with our safety protocols. And this is not an easy job, and the majority of our screeners are students. We join the board in recognizing their hard work, dedication, and professionalism. I also want to acknowledge the staff who supervise our health screeners and must ensure that they are well-trained and informed on our constantly evolving policies. Individuals such as Sue Royer, Gilbert Downs, John Stanuku, and Linda Dobson, and the Vice Presidents of Administrative Services. I also want to take this time to recognize our Student Health Center coordinators for their contributions and their trainings of our screeners. And lastly, I also want to recognize our mental health teams who care for our mental wellness of our students during a very difficult period. We have amazing individuals district-wide entrusted to support our students and employees. Thank you for your recognition and happy holidays.
Thank you so much, Dr. Cobian. Let's see. Special guests and recognition.
Yes, so I'll turn it over to President Sokanu, who's going to introduce a few guest speakers. We're really fortunate as a district to have Adventist Health Simi Valley partnering with Moore Park College. So President Sokanu, take it away.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gillespie and Board of Trustees. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person this evening, but I'm fighting a cold and I want to make sure I don't make anybody else sick. So this is really a great opportunity for us to celebrate our partnership with Adventist Health Simi Valley. Together, we're making our community healthier one student at a time. And I am very proud of the opportunity to dialogue, engage in building a partnership and a relationship with Adventist Health Simi Valley. Over the past couple of years, they've supported our college through scholarships to our nursing and allied health programs. And when they came to us, when Jennifer Swenson, the president and CEO of Adventist Health Simi Valley, came to us to extend an opportunity for us to explore building the partnership further. We were not only excited, but we knew that we were onto something great. This is the beginning of a wonderful partnership. And I am very proud of the fact that Jennifer Swenson, Corey Ferrier, and Catherine Stiles are here this evening to tell you what this partnership means to Adventist Health of Simi Valley. So I will first of all turn it over to the president and CEO of Adventist Health Simi Valley, Jennifer Swenson.
Thank you, Julius. It's a pleasure to be with you this evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Awesome, awesome. Well, Board of Trustees, Chancellor, Chair, thank you so much. It's a privilege to be in front of you this evening. I just want to briefly summarize what this partnership means to us. We have actually been partners with Moorpark College for years. And what we wanted to do was really enhance our relationship. And I will tag this with a slogan. Together, we are making our community healthier, one student at a time. And so how we're going to go about that is, as you heard in some of the public comments tonight, there are students who are homeless. There are students who have a hard time finding food to eat. There are students that don't have access to healthcare. And so what we are really doing is we've carved this into 4 areas: access to healthcare, a basic needs center, career development, and of course, athletics. And Dr. Sokanu is going to go over some of the slides that we have to summarize that. But Catherine, if you wouldn't mind just giving a brief overview of our basic needs center, what we hope to accomplish in that space.
Jennifer, and it's a privilege to be speaking with you all tonight. We are thrilled to be able to incorporate officially both cash and in-kind support for the Raider Central Basic Needs Center, and our goal is to facilitate and enhance what they're already doing and to build on what is the good work that's already being done by Jonathan and his team. And our goal is to leverage our relationships and bring in additional support, and also just to provide a cash sponsorship. So we look forward to seeing how that's all going to work out. We recognize that this is going to be an adventure together, and seeing how we can do things in targeted ways that improve the lives of their students.
Awesome. Thank you, Catherine. And Corey, not that you love sports more than me, this has been a dream of mine and Corey helped me implement, but Corey, can you just touch on the athletic aspect of our program and maybe some access to physicians?
Yeah, I'm really excited about that. As Moorpark Community College has robust athletics among multiple sports, and we now get to not just give money for much needed equipment for these student athletes, but provide health and a safety net by giving them an athletic trainer in their program. And so we have partnerships with several local schools here in the community, but we really get to expand the program and bring our expertise to help keep those kids healthy and safe at Moorpark Community College.
Thank you, Corey. Dr. Sokanu, I will give it back to you.
Thank you so much. As you can see, there is a passion for supporting our students at Adventist Health of Simi Valley. Could you please put up the slides? What is so significant, what is important in the work that we're doing together here is that we are not only building a friendship that will be present in the terms of in-kind donations of about $423,000, but also there's a cash support of $165,000 over a 3-year period. And as I said, this is only the beginning. This will serve as a model of the public-private partnerships that colleges in our districts can engage in with their partners in the community, with our business partners in the community, with our civic agency partners in the community. So what are the details of this partnership? Let's go on to the next slide, please. And what you will see here is we use the term old friends, new partners, because as Jennifer mentioned earlier, we have always engaged in partnerships with Adventist Health of Simi Valley. We continue to do this work by the support of our Basic Needs Center, Radio Central, and they provide to us a $20,000 sponsorship. But equally as important, and I think to build the foundation for success so that no student comes to class hungry, it is the localized food partnerships with a network of food vendors, of local farmers, and resource agencies that can help support our Radio Central, which is our Basic Needs Center. They are a giant in the provision of healthcare in our community. And they continue to support access to healthcare services at our institution by providing a $10,000 annual sponsorship of our health and wellness fair. This is a new one for us. There's also a $45,000 in-kind per year health center oversight and nutrition and counseling support. This is really an opportunity for them to support our health center so that we can expand our services and we can partner with the excellent physicians and allied health support that is available at Adventist Health of Simi Valley. The importance to good food and good health that is necessary to our students' success and to their families' success is being supported by Adventist Health of Simi Valley. They believe in our well-being. Part of that belief in our well-being can be seen through their support of our career development and healthcare pathways. A $25,000 annual scholarship. This is in addition to the scholarships they provided before. $26,000 in-kind annual clinical training for EMT, nursing, and radiology students. These really viable and important work-based learning opportunities that our students get by being in the nationally ranked facilities of Adventist Health Simi Valley brings to the Moorpark College community and brings in particular to our allied health students the opportunity to excel in their provision of care to the rest of our community. We also understand that it is important that our students get opportunities and access to career preparation through internships. The work-based learning opportunities that the Adventist Health Simi Valley will provide for our students, not just our health students, but our students who are in accounting, our students who are in marketing, our students who are in the humanities, that they will get that opportunity through internships that are available to them at Adventist Health Simi Valley. We are building structures for career success together. And then lastly, those athletic programs and sports medicine partnerships that are so important to our program success are part of this wonderful collaboration between Adventist Health Simi Valley and Moorpark College. Our athletic program said one of the first things they wanted was a golf cart, an additional golf cart. And Jennifer and the folks at Adventist Health rose to the occasion. There's a $10,000 golf cart donation to the college. In addition, they will sponsor our athletic teams through a $10,000 annual jersey sponsorships. In addition, as was mentioned earlier, we get the expertise of athletic trainers and we get that supported and provided to us by Adventist Health of Simi Valley. This package of resources and support not only help us to meet our equity agenda, provide access to our institution and access to higher education at a more refined level, but they are all towards meeting the college mission, which is to engage our students in successful partnerships that lead to lifelong leadership and success. I want to thank the folks at Adventist Health Simi Valley for their work and for the ongoing work of our faculty, staff, and administrators who looked through their program plans and came up with wonderful ideas that were then prioritized by our college and then shared with the folks at Adventist Health, who then chose from that excellent array of opportunities for our students to support what they see as the beginning of an ongoing partnership to do this work together. It is true that together we are making our community healthier, one student at a time. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. That was a great presentation. I want to give my thanks on behalf of the board to the Adventist Hospital. Are there any comments? Thank you very, very much. We depend so much on these partnerships and we wish you were here in person. We could do a photo op, but we'll just do it this way. So thank you so much. Dr. Sokono, sounds like you're getting worse. So I hope you get better.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to Academic Senate President's consultation. In case anyone is worried, we are going to take a break after the Academic Senates, unless you want to go before. Okay, go ahead. Let's start with Oxnard College. Amy.
You. Just a few things. 1302 OC curriculum. I'm sure you noticed we had several new classes, including graphic design, but also to alternative fuel systems for our auto tech program. We have dance appreciation, African American literature, elementary Filipino, and the psychology of gender. So you can see the variety of classes. I want to thank the faculty for their work on curriculum this semester. So many new opportunities for students. There have been challenges working remotely and hybrid. So thanks to all the faculty. 1501 to 1511 AP BPs. As the co-chair of DTRWSS, I can say with certainty these have been thoroughly reviewed, sometimes thoroughly reviewed and reviewed again. 1603 changed to 8.03, the action to approve the OC funding proposal to add the sections. This is now, as you are well aware, has been fully vetted through the district and is very important to our college, as you can hear in all of the public comments. We hope that you will support our innovative thinking and our deep creativity to support our community by voting unanimously. 2, approval of the graduates for the fall 2021 semester. Congratulations to all of our graduates. Very impressive list from all 3 colleges through during this time is even more kudos to them. Oxnard College faculty are very proud to have been part of their journey.
Thank you. Dan?
Jim McKay, just a couple from me. Like Amy, all items in category 15, the APs and BPs, BPs have been reviewed. We look forward to implementing some of the DEI language that's coming in, especially for BP 7120 that's before you today. The introductory paragraph with the DEI language is very welcome, and it will inform future work on the APs. Again, echoing Amy, congratulations to all our graduates, 19.03, the mature college graduates for degrees and certificates. And then I wanted to also point out 18.01, the instructional calendar. Thanks to the district and thanks to AFT for working on this. I noticed that the days, the number of Mondays, the number of Tuesdays, the number of the days each week, each semester is a little bit more balanced. One other interesting innovation was the flex days are kind of peppered throughout the each semester. So that'll, I think, give faculty some time to appreciate them, use them as touchstones for some flex activities, instead of them being all kind of mashed at the beginning where it can kind of wash over you. So those are my 3 for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. More part.
Good evening, trustees, chancellor, and other attendees. Thank you as always for the opportunity to comment on agenda items. We do have a meaty agenda today, so I will uncharacteristically self-regulate. I will only mention 19.1 to 3, which is just, it's really a pleasure to congratulate the certificate and degree earners. It really reminds us of why we're here, right? Keeping the focus on the students and helping them reach their goals and dreams. They definitely have additional resilience that has been gained by all of these students by overcoming continued difficult circumstances. I will also mention just 15 in general for board policies, with the exception of a very few that are board itself related items. There's a better way to phrase that. I don't know what it is though. These board policies have all been vetted by the participating governance process with considerable stakeholder input. And I'll just offer myself and all the Senate presidents to be resources to answer questions and provide any input during the discussions at those time if required. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay. And now that promised break, why don't we come back at, can we do it 5 after? Shoot for it. I'm shocked. Yeah, sure. I said let it. Oh, let it be. Not it will be. Smart man. How you doing, Jeff? Sharing, obviously. Sharing the wealth. Sharing the wealth.
Yeah, right. Yeah. No, I feel bad. I've been listening.
I know. We missed you.
This was your first one live, right?
It ended up not being. We ended up being live for all of them, October, November, and December. We got a big list in the spring.
Okay, good. I'll look forward.
It's hard to get the audience back. Who's missing now is the students. Now the community is excited to come out when they weren't excited before, but now the students have disappeared. But we'll get them back.
You can't win from losing.
Could have had mine. It was all still wrapped in paper.
Did not?
I offered it the last 2 times and you said no.
Well, you know,
I was gonna say, I was like, that'd be, yeah, that'd be, well. Okay. And, do you remember Jack's Deli? They used to have these big old barrels of pickles that we would fill up the jars and put on the table. That could have been sanitary, but there you go. Okay, I need to go. Welcome back, everyone. Classified Senate, I didn't forget you. I just ran out of capacity. But I do have to go back to 4.06. We do actually have to vote on trustee Chancellor in that position. And so if we could go back to 4.06, and if someone could give me a motion to approve trustee Chancellor as our representative. Thank you, trustee Torres and trustee Manship. All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries 6-0. Thank you.
Do we have to do the VCREA?
Oh, could you just explain what, since I did table the committees, but could you explain what that is in case someone wants to do that one as well?
Yes, it's the Ventura County Regional Energy Association, right? And I served this last year. And because of COVID, it never occurred in person. And during COVID, there was some flexibility. They moved the time to 10:30 a.m., I believe is when they now meet. So I wasn't able the last two meetings to attend because I'm back in the classroom teaching children. So with that said, my day job. So I humbly extend the invitation to someone that could possibly serve in that role. It's a really important role, and working on a lot of things for the county regarding air and quality of life. So
if someone wants to take that on, let me know or volunteer now. Trustee Perez?
Yes, I have previously served on that, and I would be interested in serving once again.
Unless anyone else is dying to do it, I'll feel free, because that one we don't have to vote on. Okay, going back, now we're going to go back to classified Senate reports, and I'm sorry? Yeah, I'm sorry, not the reports, the consultation, sorry. Okay, why don't we start, where just so I can see you, Amparo, and so we'll go with you. You're in my eye, you're in my vision.
Thank you, trustees and student trustee Rodriguez and Chancellor Gillespie. I will be brief. I'd like to call your attention to items 14.02 and 14.03. Approval of both of these items will further support the revitalization of the Child Development Center. Agenda item 14.04. Having started my time at Oxnard College in the Educational Assistance Center, I can wholeheartedly encourage you to approve the increased assignment of the office assistant position, which I know will benefit the amazing students supported by the EAC. That is all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Linda, is she here? No, she's.
I'm here.
There you are. I see you.
Good evening. Just a few items. 5.01, just a congratulations to all of our new hires, especially to Deanna Grove on her promotion. And 1901, congratulations to all of our Fall 21 graduates. Thank you.
Thank you. Sebastian, are you out there?
I am. Good evening. And first and foremost, I want to congratulate our graduates, our fall graduates, as well as all of our new VCCCD employees, and also to our new chair and vice chair. I look forward to working with you, and your support of classified staff is duly noted and appreciated. So as is the rest of the board. And with that said, just really quickly with regards to item 18.01, I support the action item in and of itself, but I just want to, for the good of the order, so to speak, point out that I hope if that passes and has the support of the board, I hope that it comes with the recognition that there is an added amount of classified hours needed to kind of accomplish that new calendar, and it is adding a new term, and I know that, especially, I mean, I can speak for Ventura College. I know that division of ours and those employees in that area are already stretched thin in terms of schedule production, and so I just hope that we all recognize that as much as we need to support our students by doing this, that part of that support is also making sure that we have the resources to implement it successfully. So thank you.
Thank you for that. And Alex? Coming in from the other room?
Yes, thank you. Good evening. I just have a few items here. Just first off, item 5.01, DAC, welcome to our new Director of Software Applications and Development, Sean Bouchat. And items 19.01 through 19.03, congratulations to our graduates at all three of our colleges. They constantly serve as a reminder for why we do what we do here at the DAC. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, moving on to 7 to reports, student trustee advisory report. And then if you don't mind after that, introducing your fellow students that are here for reports.
Yes, thank you. I'll make it brief. I just want to say I attended the ACCJC webinar and I hyperlinked it. It was a really good webinar. I recommend you guys go back and watch it. And then it was really nice to be able to go to several events, many of which you all were there. So that was really nice to be able to connect with all of you outside of the boardroom. I also left out a pretty important event, unfortunately. I went to Oxnard College in the Oxnard College Job Fair, and that was just an amazing thing to see. All of the organizations and employers there, signing up students and having the opportunity there for them. I also had an opportunity to talk to Alexander Nguyen, the Oxnard City Manager there at the OC jobs event, and he reaffirmed his commitment of support to Oxnard College. So I thought that was really nice to hear. And I will close by just acknowledging and recognizing the hard work of, I'm going to butcher these names, but it's fine. Karina will correct me. It's Nicole Bikaki. She was the director of student events at Moore Park College, and she's transferring to Cal State Chico. And Ashwin Nusar Kumar, he was the director of student organizations at Moore Park College. They both served for 3 semesters. So if you think about it, they served during the pandemic and were instrumental in revitalizing student engagement at Moore Park College. And so their work is just entirely commendable. And if I didn't say it already, Ashwin is transferring to Cal State Fullerton. So, I wish them the very best. And with that, I will introduce Karina, the Director of Student Advocacy of Moore Park College. And so I'll pass it off to you.
Hi. Okay. So I was going to end with actually thanking our Director of Campus Events, Nicole Bakaxi. Get that right? Okay, no. So Nicole Bakaxi and Ashwin Wish Kumar, like Ryan said, that they served at Moore Park for like a year and a half, and like during the most difficult time for like a lot of us, and they always had like students in mind, and they were just amazing. And so Chico and Cal State Fullerton are just really lucky to have them, and we wish them nothing but the best as they continue their education. Okay, so for student report, I apologize for not attending last month. I was really sick and I'm still recovering. I'm not contagious, don't worry. As an update, so for the most recent events, on November 23rd and November 24th, we had a local environmental awareness festival, which was also called the Leaf event. And so, it also included a art contest that made of recycled trash. And so then on November 29th, actually Nicole put together a celebration of Armenian culture. And so we brought on belly dancers and also a food truck called the Middle Feast. I really enjoy that name. And so we provided meals for anyone who or for students who showed up. And also we gave out baklava and t-shirts. And so on December 3rd, we had an event titled Raider X, which is like a TED Talk. And so it was just of students speaking about topics. I'm blanking out, but I know that one was about the endocannabinoid system, which I don't know, was really interesting. And so for future events, this upcoming Thursday, we're having a cultural excursion to the Science Center in Los Angeles, and we have about 25 students going. And so in spring, we will be working on reading, proposing resolutions for the Student Senate for California Community Colleges, which is a really important organization in terms of advocacy and representation on a statewide level. So, we'll be reviewing like resolutions within our district and just looking at what we can do to advocate statewide. And So also we will be voting in our two new members for the board who will be replacing Nicole and Ashwin. And I don't think it's fair to say replacing because they've done amazing things, but I think one thing we're looking forward to is hearing like new perspectives for whoever we're lucky to add to the board. Thank you.
And I will pass it off to my colleague, Tony Magana, the Associated Student President of Ventura College.
Thank you, Brian. So for my report for the Associated Students of Ventura College, we are happy to have two new members to our board, Talia Steve, our Director of Finance, and Wendy Aparicio, if I pronounced that name right, Brian? Yeah. She is going to be our Community Relations Officer. And most recently, we had our de-stress event, which was a pretty big success. We partnered with Basic Needs for that one, and we handed out a whole bunch of groceries to people, VC students. And now we are going to be in planning for our spring events. The next one coming up is going to be the Welcome Back Days, which we have at the beginning of each semester. So we're also now updating our budget. Talia and my advisor, Libby, have been meeting and punching in the numbers and things. And yeah, we're also updating our constitution and bylaws. We've had a couple meetings of that. Our constitution and bylaws are pretty old and outdated at the moment. So that's why I want to get that done. And we're making pretty great progress with it. Thank you.
And I will also pass it off to Damaris Figueroa. She is the Secretary of the Oxnard Associated Student Government, who is joining us through Zoom.
Good evening, Student Trustee Rodriguez and Trustee. First, I would like to start off by saying thank you for having me here. I would like to share with you what the Oxnard College Associated Student Government has achieved this semester. We have started a collaboration with athletics to support our teams through student participation and social activities. We recently met with the new executive director of the Oxnard College Foundation. We'll be working together to identify how the foundation can best support student needs. We also collaborated with the University Transfer Center, and we were able to host 2 sessions where students could come work on their transfer applications in a quiet place, but still have writing support provided by counselors and tutors. We also partnered up with the health center to host a mental health day, which included workshops that can benefit students when it comes to anxiety, depression, grief, and loss. Currently, we're working with the Dream Research Center to provide wellness packages to students which contain basic necessities as well as gift cards to a local grocery store. And we're also looking forward to continued collaborating with other departments to support the needs of our students. Thank you.
Thank you to our student leaders. The students play an important role in our participatory governance system. So thank you all for your reports. And with that, I will yield back to Chair McKay.
Thank you. Yes, Trustee Torres.
Thank you so much for coming to our board meetings. It means so much because we get to see students and everything we do has to do with the work you're doing. And so really, you have no idea how much it really uplifts my heart and really the entire board to be able to see you here on a rainy evening here with us and staying here. And I know Karina has been here till 1 a.m. at times. So I just really wanted to just say thank you for your committed dedication. It's always such a joy to be able to see you here because we're deciding on things that have a direct impact on you. So thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your commitment to our district. Thank you really for your love that you have for your fellow students. And it's always such a joy to have you be here. Thank you for your reports. They were very insightful.
Thank you, Trustee Torres. I think you speak on behalf of the board with that. So moving on to the college reports, we'll start with Moore Park College and cycle through. Is Dr. Sokony, are you coming back? If we covered all your written report was great. You have more? I see you.
Okay, here we go. I just wanted to congratulate all our students who are graduating this semester and thank them for their continuous hard work at the college. Talking about graduates, we received from UCLA, well, from our Region 6 admissions officers, and we've been told that Moore Park College, of the colleges in our region, has the highest number of enrollees, well, admittances and then enrollees to UCLA. And we're very proud of that. That's one of our marketing points about the institution. And the second highest number of admittances from our region. So we're very proud of that work. I want to thank you, Chair McKay, for connecting us with Assemblymember Jackie Irwin, who brought her team from the Capitol to Moore Park College on their tour of the various local institutions that support our service area. They had a great time at the campus, got to visit the zoo, and it was an opportunity for them to learn about the work that the college does in supporting careers. I also want to use this as an opportunity to thank our retirees. We acknowledged them yesterday, the ones who are retiring as of December 31st. And amongst them, they have a total of 109 years of service to this district. And they are the ones who help us meet the needs of our students, and we want to thank them for that work. And I would also like to say happy holidays to everyone. This has been a tough year for all of us, and we are proof that resiliency matters. And I thank you so much for that, and wish you all a happy holiday.
Thank you. Go to Eric.
Thank you for the opportunity to address the board. I don't know if we're going to go by college or by
As I said,
hierarchy. Okay, thank you. The continued pressure of the pandemic affects us all, getting heavier and heavier every day. And yet, so much has been accomplished this past semester thanks to dedicated, collaborative colleagues. It is truly a pleasure and a privilege to work with such incredible colleagues that honor a students' first approach. There is more work to be done, of course, particularly on institutional culture, but for now, I simply want to say thank you. Just because we're doing great things, we're not off the hook, of course. Thank you first to all the students. Thank you to the classified professionals, administrators, faculty, and board members for your dedicated efforts, always focused on students. As we are mindful of the mental health of our students, what we've talked about quite a few times here, we too must be mindful of our own mental health and well-being. I wish everyone smooth grading of finals, happy holidays, and a peaceful, healthy, and happy new year. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Linda Resendez, there you are. I see you.
I'm here. Hello again. So I wanted to start off with our November Employee of the Month recipients. We recognized their service, congratulated them on Wednesday, December 8th. The recipient for our Classified Employee of the Month was Dina Pillay, our marketing coordinator, and our supervisor was Dan McMichael, director of IT. So them, along with our full-time, part-time faculty and student staff recipients, were recognized on Wednesday, December 8th, and a big congratulations to them. Just a little update on our Seas Candy Winter fundraiser. We closed it on December 3rd, and happy to report that we exceeded our goal of $650. So this by far has been our more successful fundraiser. It's the second time that we do our Seas Candy online fundraiser, and we were able to exceed our goal. And all of the proceeds from this fundraiser will go towards our Classified Senate Scholarship, which we are able to award a classified employee or a family member of a classified employee. And this year, our hope is to be able to also award a scholarship to a student, one of our Moore Park College students. On November 23rd, we held our annual classified prioritization. During this meeting, our joint fiscal and EdCap committee reviewed classified positions that were submitted through our annual program plan process. A total of 57 general fund positions were reviewed and ranked. The results of this voting was forwarded to Dr. Sokunu for his review and consideration, and we hope to hear a decision by soon, very soon. Also, at our November 9th meeting, we were pleased to have Trustee McKay and Trustee Perez join us in a discussion on the upcoming chancellor search. They got to answer questions from our classified staff, and also we were given an opportunity to provide additional recommendations, and those were forwarded to them. Our next meeting is on December 15th, which is tomorrow at 1 p.m. It will be via Zoom. And I just wanted to take this quick moment to commend Dr. Sokunu for a successful lunch with the president this semester. He has held a monthly lunch with the president, and it's an opportunity for all faculty, staff, students to join him for lunch and just have a talk with him on just how it's going on campus, anything that they wish to talk to Sokunu. He makes himself available every month, and I just wanted to commend him for this because I've received a lot of good response from our classified on how appreciative they are that there's an opportunity for everyone to get together and talk to him. And lastly, just want to wish everyone a safe, peaceful, and healthy holiday break, and see you back on 2022. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, moving on to Oxnard College. President Sanchez.
Thank you, Chair McKay. And let me just add, I don't want to sound presumptuous. I do want to sound optimistic about our proposal tonight. And so I want to preemptively thank several people for getting us to this point. And let me just start by thanking the board. If you've seen any evidence of my 30-year career, you know that I am not a kingdom builder. I am somebody who genuinely enhances the district, and everything that I do is to support the district and the college that I'm working at. And I want to thank you for your faith in Oxnard College and in us. I want to thank the chancellor. I know that this was initially difficult, and I know that it strained relationships, not because I wanted them to, but the grace with which you have stepped forward is truly appreciated by all of us. And it's a nice tribute to the legacy that you'll leave. The Chancellor's Cabinet as well, Dr. El Fatal, Dr. Herrera, and all of the folks that were instrumental in sizing up and analyzing our proposal and bringing it to today's meeting. I am very much appreciative, as are my colleagues. I want to specifically thank our colleagues at our sister colleges, at Moore Park College, and even more so at Ventura College, for whom I know this proposal was difficult to process and had some elements that seemed a little scary. And I want to appreciate your statesman-like response in the end. And I hope you know, because we're very genuine, that our intent is to help all three colleges with our proposal and not at the expense of any of our sister colleges. But I appreciate the statesman-like response. And I know you already know that the support from the two councils was almost unanimous. And that speaks well of all of my colleagues at the district. I really want to thank, first of all, my own colleagues at Oxnard College, whose support and talent is so uplifting to me and to my leadership. It's an honor to lead this college. And then finally, I want to thank all of the members of the community, including the speakers who took time from their city council meeting to talk to us tonight to speak in favor of the proposal. The mayor, the city manager, the city council persons, the member of the board of supervisors, and all of those community members that have taken time to speak to the board. I'm especially touched by those community members that speak Spanish and the courage that it takes to address a a forum that is primarily held in English, but nevertheless saw it important enough to come forward and speak to the proposal. So I want to thank everyone who has chosen to support this proposal, at least prospectively. Again, I don't mean to be presumptuous, but I do mean to be optimistic. And thank you, no matter how you approach this. I want to reinforce that it is our absolute intent to make this pay off for everybody. We purposefully de-emphasized our anticipated returns because we don't want to over-promise, but my intention and our intention is to deliver beyond the expectations raised in our proposal so that it works, so it's the best return on investment you have ever had at the end of the day. I briefly, because I've gone on longer than I want to, I just want to mention now the facilities master plan, which we're in the process of gathering input for, and there will be a town hall that you will be all invited to if you haven't already been in January. I don't have the date at the ready, but really want your input. And you know already that I do not believe in being timid with these opportunities. This is the opportunity to impact the future of our college for the next 10 years. And facilities have something to do with attracting students. And that's at the forefront of what our plans are. So even if it turns out that funding is going to be a challenge at some point, we don't want to self-censor. We want to be imaginative and bold and pave the way for an exciting future. And I look forward to your input on that. I have in mind a glorious new STEAM center and potentially a community education center and a genuine transfer center where our participating transfer institutions actually hold classes, have counselors, so that students begin their transfer process while they're still at Oxnard College, as well as some less lofty goals, but connecting better our auto program to the rest of to the main campus, and maybe getting some lights for our soccer field. So there's lots in the wind for the future, and I look forward to having you be full partners in our planning. Thank you.
Thank you. And since you brought it up, we do have Spanish translation now here at every board meeting. So if anyone prefers to speak in Spanish, that is available each time. Okay, Dr. Edwards.
Two things. One is an invitation. This Friday, the College Fire Academy Battalion number 56 will be having graduation. Doors open at 8:30. There'll be a video of the Fire Academy that will begin at 8:55, very specific, 8:55, not 9. And then the ceremony will begin at 10. So come for the video and or come for the graduation. Please join us. And then the second is just our faculty spotlight. The rest you can read in my report in board docs. Dr. Lilia Ruvalcaba, she attended Oxnard College for her AS in math, UCSB for her BA and her MA, and then Fresno State for her EDD. She taught math at Oxnard High School for 9 years before becoming a full-time OC Condor in 2004. I love when she says, she tells me that her vocation is to be a lamppost in the student's educational journey. She serves her community through education by creating access to a brighter tomorrow in the same way that her pathway was illuminated for her. OC math students come in a rainbow of variations, as we all know, and they have a lot of untapped potential. Dr. Ruvalcaba builds on their strengths in the math classroom. Students work together to construct their understanding of math. She tells us that, quote, she is honored to serve OC, the smallest college in the district with the biggest heart. So we're happy to work with her. Thank you all.
Sounds like you're lucky to. Thank you. Amparo.
Had one sentence and then I rewrote it.
So the Oxnard College Classified Senate held their final meeting of 2021 today, but even though it is the end of the semester, classified are still busy at work. This week alone, we are busy reviewing the Guided Pathways Scale of Adoption Assessment, participating in accreditation, and on numerous, did I say numerous, hiring panels. And that only happens because of the support our administration provides Classified Senate. We are fortunate to work at a college that includes myself or a designee when I'm not available in decision-making, executive cabinet, and president's cabinet. Our administration has definitely set the bar high.
I'd also like to just share that we celebrate Conduit of the Month each month. And it's someone who is chosen because of the impact they have at Oxnard College. Last month, we recognized not one, but two student workers, Brian Rodriguez and Emily Cuevas. I mention this because student workers are an important part of running our college. And with that, I would like to wish everyone a very happy holiday and hope you enjoy a much deserved break.
Thank you. Okay, Dr. Hoffman.
To everyone. I'm very excited to be here and be near the end of the semester. Most of what I have to, most of my report is, most of what is happening at Ventura College is in my report, but there are a few other things that I'd like to mention. First, I'm really proud of our nursing program. We had an out-of-cycle Board of Registered Nursing accreditation where they come in and review our self-study and review our practices in our nursing program. And we had a clean bill of health, no errors and no deficiencies, and we're only celebrated all of the wonderful work they do. And so I'm very proud of them. It was really challenging being out of cycle and having to do all the hard work that they did. We have, as you know, an excellent nursing program. We also had a pinning ceremony on Monday, and we are lucky enough to have Trustee Perez and Trustee Chancellor and Trustee Mantooth there. It is so touching. If you have not been to a nursing pinning ceremony, I want to invite all of you. It's just truly enjoyable to see these students and how much not only have they given to become nurses, their time, their efforts, their knowledge, but they also spend a great deal of time volunteering, and it's just so impressive. And this class in particular, you've got to remember, they started in January 2020, and 10 weeks into their nursing program, which is a strenuous 2-year program, they went into the pandemic and had to navigate those turbulent waters. So it's truly a remarkable feat that they managed to excel at. So we're so very proud of them. Also, there's a lot happening in our foundation. We are lucky to have a very strong foundation. One of our employees at the foundation was recognized as a hometown hero for the Ventura Chamber, and that is Esmeralda Juarez. She is the lead manager for our marketplace, which supports our foundation. And it was such a joy to see her honored, because through this whole pandemic, I think that our foundation marketplace was closed, maybe 5 weekends or something in a very short period of time. They couldn't be at the full capacity that they used to be, have as many vendors, but they tried to continue to serve our county and our college and our community. Last but not least, I wanted to let you know that we are very honored to host the memorial ceremony for Bob Gonzalez on Thursday, beginning at 10 o'clock. He, as you know, he was a trustee for our community VCCCD, as well as the mayor and chief of police for Santa Paula. So it is truly an honor to host this for our community, and all are welcome to come. It starts at 10 o'clock in our stadium. And 19.03, I can't finish without congratulating all of our graduates. Again, such a happy time, and we have a lot of good things happening at Ventura College. So thank you for your support.
Dan?
Just two things. First, I want to echo all the well wishes for the holidays that everyone's been giving. Second, in the interest of time, I would just offer to share with the Board of Trustees the letter I've been working on for faculty, kind of an end of semester update. It keeps growing. The more I remember academic and professional things that I would like to inform the faculty about. So as it grows, I'll include a table of contents and share it with you.
Okay. I'll look forward to that. Okay, Sebastian, are you still with us there? I see you.
I am. So business as usual at Ventura College, much like Linda at Moore Park. We also submitted our program review and had a C's fundraiser, much like Amparo at Oxnard. We've been working on accreditation and the guided pathways, budget reports, as well as the scale of adoption assessment. I do want to just really quickly point out that we had two really great events in November for staff with the support of Ventura College administration. So a thank you to Kim and the exec team for supporting that, as well as our deans for help making this happen. But one of those was in the spirit of our Caring Campus initiative and plan that we worked through last year. And it really focused on encouraging staff at Ventura College to get their professional headshots and have those uploaded to their directory and make use of that feature, which the district, the DAC made available for us through that whole website redo. And a big shout out and thank you to the district for sending out Klepsy, who was there all day, ready to go for anyone who walked in the doors to get a picture taken. And hopefully we can get more people to utilize that feature and be more, have a greater presence online for this new online era. So with that said, thank you again to Dr. Hoffmans and everyone else at Ventura College, and thank you for hearing me out. Happy holidays and Happy New Year.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to 7.04, district administrative reports. Dr. Herrera.
Report, but I would like to acknowledge the transition of the chair and the vice chair. Congratulations, Trustee McKay. Congratulations, Trustee Mantooth. And I would like to thank Trustee Chancellor for the work that you've done over this past year. We know that it was a lot of opportunities and challenges, so thank you very much. And thank you, Trustee McKay, for your work also.
Thank you.
And I will just echo Dr. Herrera and also would like to wish everyone a happy holiday. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Blair.
So I provided a written report.
Yes, you did. A lot of stuff there, a lot of links, a lot of coverage. Good job. Dan Watkins.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. Congratulations again, Trustee McKay. And
Other than
Mantooth.
trustees that call you with emails that got eaten, how'd you do?
It's fine. I provided a written report, and I just wanted to let you know over the past several days, we've been working on the log4 shell exploit that's gone around, making sure all of our servers are protected. It's a pretty nasty exploit that I think will be impacting a lot of systems for a long time to come, but we're doing everything we can to make sure that it's mainly coin miners that are leveraging it, but just letting you know that we're on top of that as well. So in case you've heard about it in the news, thank you.
I always figure you are, but nice to know. Thank you. Okay. Let's see. I lost myself. Oh. Okay, admin services did not meet. They will meet in 2 days. So policy committee, I know we met. So Trustee Torres.
For 2.5 hours. So what you have are the notes. So they're pretty thorough. And so one of the things, there's a couple of policies that we kept just because we wanted to make sure that the DEI language was included. And so we do have a couple of members that are going to be assisting in looking into our board policies to ensure that we don't have anything that can be causing any systemic barrier within our institutions. So there's some work that's going to be doing that. We have a couple of the members that are going to be helping us with. One of the major things that we really are asking the support of the board is really, we are going to be scheduling the importance of having community town hall meetings at each one of our districts as we're doing the search of our new chancellor. We want to be able to ensure that we are including our community's input. And so it's really important that we come together as a board and make sure that we are leading the work within our districts and ensuring that we are including all of our community to be able to give us their input of what it is that they would like to see in a chancellor that's going to be leading our district. So I know that I believe Dr. Gillespie is going to be sending some information to the trustees, maybe, and setting up dates. That's something we discussed during the policy committee, and that's one of the things that's really important. So be expecting an email and please responding to it because we do need to move along the process. And And I think that was really the major item that we spoke about during our meeting. We do want to look into reserves because we know the Administrative Services Committee hasn't been meeting. We still kept reserves on our future agenda items in our committee, but we do want to move reserves to the Administrative Services Committee to really be able to look into reserves and have that discussion because we felt it was better suited in that committee than the policy. Naturally, we'll work together because policy does set the budget, but also the budget influences policy. So we'll be working together within our both committees. But those are pretty much the most salient points that we discussed within our policy. We had great members. We did have also amazing speakers. We had from our mental health professionals from each one of our colleges come over and let us know how appreciative they are of our commitment to being able to support students during this time as they're coming back to college and the wellness of their mental health. They are hoping that we continue to be supportive with these initiatives because they do need additional funding to hire counselors to really be there to support our students. So they came in and they had students that came and shared their stories, which was really nice to be able to listen. And so hopefully they're able to come to a future board meeting so you're all able to hear them as well. Anything else that I might be missing?
No, I know, and it was good to hear from them. It was kind of nice that they came to a committee meeting because they're a little less formal and we could talk to them about the mental health services for our students. It does seem like our students do really need it and are a little stressed. And so we may need to look at some extra resources there. And it was a particularly rough day because it was, the day after we had lost a Moore Park college student to suicide. So it was just particularly poignant to hear and, right on the heels of that. So, they were thanking us on our resolution on mental health. And so they were thanking us and at the same time telling us it was needed more than ever as we had suspected. So thank you to the board for your support with that.
Chair McKay.
Yes.
Just a quick comment. At the joint CEO CCCT board meeting, the topic of mental health resources is on the agenda as well. So we'll be tracking that. Hopefully, in light of the recognition of the increased demand or need for such services, something will happen that will help the students.
Yeah, hopefully help us on the way because it is not just statewide. I don't know if anyone, I still follow Pam Ettinger on Twitter, and she was talking about, where did all the students go? She was bereft about all the students lost, back in Massachusetts at Bunker Hill. The students, it's not about vaccine mandates. It's not about wearing masks or getting tested. The community college students, if something has happened and they are gone across the country and up and down the state. And I think that mental health is playing a big role in that. So anyway, with that, I'll just move on. Trustee Chancellor.
On that note, I agree with all the comments made in regards to mental health and additional support. But I'm struggling with moving that beyond words. So can we get a board consensus maybe in our January meeting? By no means do we need a report, but just an update on additional resources. It sounds like there's a need. So can we get an update on fulfilling that need? And if there's additional resources needed, then taking some action there. I don't want to just throw money at a problem, but I certainly would like to provide services for a serious problem and a need at our three colleges. So I don't know if there's board consensus on that, but I'm struggling with just providing support in words. I think that's part of our fiduciary duty to also support with some resources.
Yeah, I would concur with Trustee Chancellor's suggestion, and would also want to get more information about what is in the funding stream through her funding for mental health for our students and staff, and to see how our colleges feel about that level of support and what else may be needed.
Yeah, no, we'll be glad to, in working with the board chair, get that on the agenda for January, because I know the colleges have added mental health counseling. It'll be good to share that, but also what more do we need to do to meet that important need? And I know one thing is I don't believe any of our colleges have full-time mental health counselor with our student health centers, and that is an investment that we need to be thinking about.
Yeah, it's not going to go away overnight, and it's certainly not going to go away without help. So thank you. Thanks, Trustee Chancellor. Trustee Torres.
As Chancellor Herrera is going to be discussing, oh, perhaps not, but maybe it'll be in the presentation, the COVID update that our chancellor is going to be providing to us later with the enrollment numbers. But one of the things we discussed thoroughly also within our committee was an enrollment update, and to really have the data disaggregated in terms of our enrollment from online to in-person to courses within our colleges. And that information was provided to us, I believe in August. Greg sent it over to me just to see how the courses look like. And we had a really good discussion in the policy committee to really start looking at enrollment, because it's gone down about 11%. And so at our district, but we've also seen that there's been a decrease statewide. And so one of the things that also Vice Chairman, well, now Chair McKay, but back then Vice Chair McKay had also suggested was to have a presentation to the full board where we're able to see how our colleges is in comparison also to other states. So that's something to also, that's going to be presented to us. So we're able to really do the monitoring and equity. So one of the things we discuss is in terms of our board is our equity, what are our metrics and how are we looking into our courses, into our colleges, what are the supports that our colleges need? And so that's one of the areas that really, an initiative that the policy committee is really looking forward, in addition to looking into accreditation perhaps also. So we have a lot on our plate, but a lot of really good work, particularly for our students. So we're doing a really thorough DEI lens, and we were able to have additional members join the policy committee that are going to be supporting that work. So that's just another highlight.
Thank you for that. Okay. So with that, then we don't get to go straight to policy, which would be great if we did, but we aren't. We are going to go to what is now 8.03, which was 16.03, which is the Oxnard. You guys have to bear with me now. I've got to go find it. Okay, action to approve funding for proposal to add class sections and increase FTES, use of general fund, unrestricted, unallocated reserves. Chancellor Gillespie.
Yes, I know this has been, information has been shared and discussed at the last several board meetings. And again, want to thank the two committees, District Enrollment Management Committee, District Council Administrative Services, for working with Oxnard College and the other colleges in vetting the proposal and moving it forward for recommendation for approval. So the Enrollment Management Committee did review some of the changes that Oxnard College was asked to make, and those were incorporated in. And DCAS made the recommendation for funding to come from reserves in the form of $500,000 a year over a 3-year period. So there's no real presentation on the proposal. I think we've covered details of that. And the proposal is in your packet, as well as the summary from both committees. So turn it to the board in case you have any questions prior to taking action.
Okay, I would entertain a motion unless there are questions that you want to ask in advance. Okay, is there a second?
I'll make a second, but I would like to entertain discussion.
We will have discussion. Yes. Okay, so we have a motion and a second, and we'll open up discussion. We'll start down here. We'll start with our student trustee.
Thank you. I didn't think I was going to go first, but I just wanted to thank everyone who was involved in getting this here. I know it was a bit of a bumpy road to get it this far, but I commend all of the work that occurred within each college. I know in President Sanchez's report, he noted the work of institutional effectiveness. And thank you to Vice Chancellor Herrera and Dr. El Fatal for your work in getting this to us, and also Chancellor Gillespie. This was, I know, difficult to kind of get to us, but I really appreciate the work and the effort that was done, how everyone really stepped up to get this to us. And I also want to commend, I was about to say Chair Chancellor, but Trustee Chancellor for your leadership in putting it on the agenda. I was a little hesitant of not having staff's recommendation, but I think we sent a clear message to staff and about the importance of their recommendation. And now having that, I think I'm comfortable in supporting this. I think it would be a tremendous benefit to the students of the greater Oxnard community. So, all right, that's all I have to say.
Vice Chair Mantooth, I won't forget you, but anybody else? Trustee Chancellor?
Well, yeah, actually, I have a couple things to say about this. First, thanks to Trustee Perez and Trustee Torres, because I think if that meeting didn't occur, this item wouldn't be on our agenda. Okay, so thank you for sort of being a voice of the community, of students and community members and Oxnard College itself and the district itself to make sure that this got here. And I appreciate what you said. I've reflected over this past year of being chair of this board, and by far, the single greatest accomplishment of my year was making sure this item was on the agenda tonight. It wasn't easy. And, President Sanchez, you spoke a meeting or two ago about some of the resistance that you heard about before you got to the seat where you're in as president, and being there, you saw it from a different lens. And, I think it's one of the many reasons why we don't just have board meetings, but we have a board of education or a board of trustees from the college level that represents the community. And I'm proud of that work. A couple other things. One of the other issues is one of the biggest takeaways is I think this is going to open up the door. We heard a lot of public comment today or this evening in regards to Santa Clara Valley, and I'm sure there are other communities out there that also see opportunity and expanded opportunity and programs, whether those are sections, centers. There's dreams out there that our community has to provide more higher education or greater higher education opportunities. And I really look forward to more votes on this type of thing. I mean, it's no secret, these are public dollars. We have a 43% reserve and just in our general fund. We have capital outlay dollars. We have resources out there. And we also have a board and college leadership that is excited, hopefully, and is eager to come up with some plans and to see what we can accomplish in the near future. So I guess my ask is, as we will eventually get to a vote on this item, I think some of the other communities, specifically the Santa Clara Valley, also deserve at least an update on a plan, at least to know where we are and what opportunities can eventually.
Trustee Chancellor, I'm just going to ask if we can stick to this subject, and I get you, but let's just.
Point taken. Okay, so the last comment I want to say is in the future, in regards to items like this, I really hope who's ever sitting in this chair as chair of the board, as a chair over there, as a college president, or as a chair over here as chancellor of this district, that we can work together when there's a need in this community and when there's resources available for it. So I just wanted to echo that, and it gives me great joy to see this item here on the agenda tonight and for a vote to occur. But it also gave me a lot of sadness to see the process and the resistance that it took to get here. And it was straight up resistance. And I've never seen anything like that, and I hope I never do again. So those are my comments that I'd like to make, and I look forward to supporting this motion.
Trustee Perez, anything?
Sure. On the Policy Planning and Student Success Committee meeting notes, thank you, very thorough, very helpful. There was one comment there, and I didn't ask about it then, but it caught my attention because Vice Chair McKay commented that the board has an excessive amount of board policies and asked staff to review and recommend streamlining as necessary and appropriate. I interpreted that as a lot of what we do is highly prescriptive. And it's for a purpose, I suppose, but at times we are frustrated by it, much as we are at times impatient with the governance structure that we have to live within. But over the time that I've spent on this board, I've come to realize that it's best to trust the process. And in so doing, notwithstanding the bumps in the road and whatever, but they're having, speaking for myself, the belief in the governance process that we have and that has been set up as a result of the initiative of this discussion. We've all come to a place where I sense that there is, if not unanimity, but 99% unanimity of a viewpoint. And so that's the lesson I hope that we all take away from this also, is that we can work together if we live by the ground rules that we ourselves have adopted and the governance structure that we've opted in by virtue of, sitting up here. So I want to echo President Sanchez's comments of appreciation and understanding of all the varied viewpoints, and yet culminating in, not to be presumptuous either, but optimistic about an outcome that will fulfill what we're up here to do, and that is respond to the needs and desires of our students and fulfilling that part of our name, community, Ventura County Community College District, service in the public's interest. Thank you.
Trustee Torres.
Thank you. I just have to say how immensely proud I am really within our district and the governance, the participatory governance process, because when the Oxnard proposal went to the committees, it was in September, and it was going to be a time to look at this proposal through social justice, through diversity, through equity, and having faith in the process and our system. Really what happened is it went through the proposal went through our system, and for our system to come forward and to really be doing diligence its work and to be able to have two committees. You have the Administrative Services Committee, you have the Enrollment Committee with different members come forward and say, we are in support of this proposal. And these are our reasons why. They even added an additional reasons as to why this needed to be supported. And that speaks so highly of who we are as a district, where it was a proposal that came together with community input, because the proposal had the community's voice in it. And when we look forward in terms of community, who we are as an institution, we are at a very beautiful place. We're an academic institution that works with our community, and a proposal was submitted and it went through the process with that lens. And to be able to do that, it sets really now the stage for future proposals to come. And so for me to be able to read really from the committees what they had to say brought great joy of who we are as a district institution, because we start addressing the system. And so that was very beautiful to see. So I'm very happy, so excited to see how everything turned out. And definitely I'm hoping that as a board, we're able to, all of us, to be able to support a proposal that, as we said as a board, we said, let it go through the participatory governance process and let it be so, and let us know what it is that we need to do. And so it has been done. And so we had a college that submitted a proposal, and so it has gone through the vetted process that we ourselves sent it through. And so I'm very looking forward to the outcome of seeing the great work that's going to be done at the community of Oxnard, as well as looking forward in the future of how we're going to be supporting the needs of other communities that our district serve. Thank you.
Vice Chair Mantu.
Just want to make sure this is on. You know, as our student trustee pointed out, this had a rocky start. I'm gratified that it did find its way into an established procedure, because that way it gets vetted and more people, frankly, get to know about it and have a say in it. You know, from my previous comments, that there were a couple of aspects of this that I found difficult to embrace. Knowing that we're not going to use HERF funds, now we might be able to squeeze out more for mental health of those dollars. That's another silver lining. But overall, being able to also change the mindset a little bit to, oh, this is just for Oxnard College, to no, it isn't. You know, it's heavily weighted in that direction, but it's going to help everyone and will help all of our colleges. And it does mark the use of a major initiative that would break ground for more and future initiatives, going through a process like this that appeared to be pretty darn democratic. And so those concerns that I had certainly would not rise to the level where I would oppose this at all. In fact, I also had said, is there enough money here? Did you ask for enough? Well, we'll see. I'm also very gratified that there's an accountability component, because if you can't measure it, you really don't know how much improvement you've made. And I am anticipating, as an optimist, that there will be great improvement made here. And it's a great start.
Thank you. Well, I too am glad that it found its way into the proper process, and that it gave us a way to, again, to find a way to yes is always what we're hopeful of doing. And I think that's what we were able to do here. And I do hope it opens the door for imaginative thinking and other ways that we can find ways to yes, because $500,000 a year really is a drop in the bucket. I'm not one to drain reserves, and I think everybody knows that about me. But we do have some one-time funding right now, and we have some students and places in our county in need. And so I think with that, I'll say no more and call for the vote. Just for snicks and giggles, we're going to do a roll call vote, please. What? Oh, yeah, we have a motion.
There's a motion and a second.
There's a motion. It was moved by Trustee Torres, seconded by Trustee Mantooth, Vice Chair Mantooth. That's okay. Student trustee first, please.
Yes.
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 Congratulations, everyone. To everyone who worked on this, to everyone who, sweated a little bit over this. I really want to say thank you. Thank you to everyone for coming together to find a way to yes for this. And my very best wishes for success with this. And I hope you come back and ask for more, because you need it, because it's growing. Okay. So now we'll go back on schedule, which is approval of the consent calendar. Are there any items to be pulled? I'll just go down. Trustee Perez, anything? No. Trustee Torres? Trustee Chancer?
Yes. Let's see here. 12.06, 14.01, and 14.06 and 14.07.
Okay, can I have
Those
Vice Chair Mantooth?
No.
Okay,
With those items pulled, I'll move adoption of the consent calendar through 1408.
is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion, any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Student trustee, yes. Okay, trustee Chancellor, it's 12:06.
Okay, 12.06. Just had a quick question for Moore Park College, and I asked this because Ventura College has 2 marquees, and one of them is shut down because neighbors complained. And I was just making sure that through the process, neighbors and community members were sort of asked to make sure that they were on board with this marquee of $390,000. I don't know, anyone from Moore Park College?
Who might know, but I think the marquee is in a location that probably it's
Looks like
less of an
Dr.
issue.
Mary Reese is here.
Dr. Fatale is correct. It's in the same.
Oops, you muted. Try again, Dr. Reese.
Sure. I was just saying Dr. Al-Fatale is correct. It's in the same location that the current marquee is. And that one has been, we've had no complaints from the neighbors regarding that.
Great to hear. Thank you for being here as well.
Question, Mayor, Dr. Reese, is that at the corner of Campus Park Drive and Collins?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it's absolutely not an issue.
Should we then take an individual motion on this before you move on to the other items?
Yes.
I'd second that.
Okay, there's motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Motion carries 5-0. Student trustee, yes. Okay, 1401.
1401, I just want to, it took a long time for this board to regain the authority that we are legally obligated to do to approve all contracts for the district. And one thing I've noticed is a lot of the effective dates start before our meeting occurs. And I know that there's sometimes an emergency situation or a sense of urgency for some of these positions, but my ask is that as many positions as possible to not have an effective date until this board approves these contracts, just to make sure we're doing our legally obligated duty in improving all contracts. So that was the only comment I had. And with that,
Noted.
I would make a motion to approve that item, 14.01.
Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded to approve action to approve and ratify personnel. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0 and student trustee, yes. Okay, 1406, I think was your next one.
Correct, 1406. So in 1406, I was just curious, there's an establishment of an assistant dean at Moore Park College. Do the other colleges also have an assistant dean in this area? That was my question.
The other two colleges.
College looking at
Oh,
adding
wait, Dr.
one.
Reese is answering.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Dr. Reese.
I was going to say the other colleges do have assistant deans, not necessarily in this particular area. We're looking to really grow and provide support in the distance ed and the learning resource area, putting our instructional technology, instructional designers all in one area. So it'll be a kind of a little bit of a different organization, but the other two colleges do have assistant dean positions.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Hoppins.
You will see something coming forward very similar to this from Ventura College for our tutoring center. And one of the things about having an assistant dean in that position is that it helps us align with ed code and the need to have a master's prepared person overseeing that program. So you will be seeing a similar thing from Ventura College.
Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. And the second comment I have on it is I noticed in the job description that is flown for the position, the revision date was 2016, and there seems to be some language that may or could be possibly updated. I don't know. I don't know if that's part of our HR practices where when we have a new position that it advocates for an increase on the revision. So when people do apply, they are fully aware of what the position entails. So just a comment. And with that, I'd be happy to make a motion for 14.06, action to approve the abolishment of learning resources supervisor.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Student trustee, yes. And then 1408
1407.
and 1407, sorry.
Yeah, sorry. Last one. On this one, it looks like the item is funded through a grant. But is it a permanent position? And if the grant, when the grant expires or closes, so it looks like it's a 5-year grant, is the position still exist, or does it go away?
The position is only will be present once, as long as the grant lasts. So it's a 5-year grant, $1 million a year. And as long as we have the grant, we'll continue with the position.
Thank you so much for that clarification. And with that, I'd love to make a motion for 14.07.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Student trustee, yes. Okay. Now we are moving to the policies, and we have been given advice from our academic senates. They were all vetted. They went through policy committee. Trustee Torres, do you have any comments? Want to take them as a group, or we want to go through them one at a time? Trustee Perez.
The comments with the consultation we've heard tonight and with the thorough report, I'm prepared to make a motion for all the action items on the board policies.
Is there a
And that
second?
is a motion.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, thank you. We did it.
Policy, I mean, we took 2.5 hours reviewing every single one of them, so.
I don't want to do 2.5 hours.
Yeah. If anyone has any questions on one, we're happy to talk about it, but we really did run them through.
I do have a question.
Okay, trustee.
Just to clarify, this would be 1501 through 1512.
Right.
First one's a comment, and that is, I'm hopeful that we can, I don't want to say audit, but sort of look at, I know it's been discussed at this board, and I think it aligns to a couple of the policies in regards to faculty. So it would be like AP 7120, which would be BP 7120. The hiring process or the application process, I've actually received some concerns from community members that it is unnecessarily lengthy and time consuming for applicants to, I'm seeing some heads nods. Okay, it's not just, so to apply for part-time and even full-time faculty positions. So I don't think it directly connects to these policies, but it's something to be aware of, and perhaps we can have a consensus in the near future, an agenda item to kind of revisit that and to look at that.
Yeah, we had a lengthy discussion about 7120. We added the DEI language, and then there's a lot of APs that will come after that on faculty and classified and, how they're hired. So you want to say, go ahead, Trustee Torres.
So it was a very lengthy discussion. And so what we're approving is the board policy, but we recognize and that we wanted to make sure that was emphasized that the AP is still not completed. So there was some work that was done already and we didn't want to stop the process. So we're approving because for our board policy has the DEI language that we want, but the AP is still being worked on. And as a board, we're able to ask for a review and update of the AP at any time. And so we discussed that we're going to be supporting the board policy because our board policy is written the way we like it, but we are going to be asking for an update on the AP because we still want to see additional language to be included in it.
That's great. Thank you for that update. And maybe this is how I should summarize it. One of the fun things about being a trustee is encouraging people to apply for this district that I know, for positions. And as I've done that over the last 3 years, I've run into numerous people at the end of it. They look like they went through a hurricane or something, they just come back and they're like, that was a rough, 3 days of sitting in front of a computer to apply for a position. And I get that it needs to be thorough, but maybe there's something we can do to look at that. So it's great to hear that the AP will be looked at. The next item is 15.08, which is the nepotism. I was curious. I know other districts in the HR reports that come to the board for approval. There's actually a box that lists if any relatives work for the district. So I think that sheds a light in the public. if in fact there are any family members, immediate or even distant, that work in the district and that align to that. So just something to think about. But I've heard good things about other districts doing that. And
I don't know, I took some exception to even the language that was in there that someone living in the same house. I said, maybe if they had access to the living wage job, they wouldn't be living in the same house. And so I don't necessarily want to put more barriers to people getting work. I think it's appropriate. This is about someone supervising them. But just because they have someone that works in the huge district of ours, I would not want that to stop them from applying for the job.
oh yeah, I totally agree. I wouldn't want to
Or
stop.
prejudiced by it in any way.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think
That's it. Then that was my take on it. So, we'll just listen, we'll talk about it.
okay. Sounds good. That was it. That was it for me.
Chair,
Yes,
with regards to 15, item 1511,
sure.
we had talked about it in the committee and you had mentioned adding ethics to the policy. I didn't see that included.
We have been given advice to go ahead and pass it this way and then perhaps have another one come through that, that defines unethical. So right now we're just going to go with the whistleblower protection as it is. What he's talking about is in the policy. I thought that whistleblower protection should go to anyone who reports both unlawful and unethical behavior, but without a definition. And as you said, a code of ethics for, that defines what ethics are. We as a board have a code of ethics, but we don't have a defined one for employees. So we need to work on that. But as it stands right now, we want our whistleblowers to be protected for reporting unlawful behavior, but there does need some more work. Thanks for that reminder. Trustee Rodriguez. So that was again, we had a very robust discussion on pretty much all of them.
The chancellor was going to maybe ask legal counsel to see if it was something we can include. So it's pending. Oh, you did. Okay.
So with that, we have gone through all of them. We have a motion and a second for 1501 through 1512. Action to affirm those board policies. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Student trustee, yes. Okay. 1601 COVID response update. Chancellor Gillespie.
Yes, again, just want to recognize and thank everyone for their hard work through this semester and the ongoing responses to the pandemic and dealing with all of the precautions and protocols we have in place. I'm going to turn it over to Vice Chancellor Herrera, who's going to give a little bit of an overview over enrollments, some aspects around scheduling, and then I'll wrap things up after that, talking about where we're at with vaccination rates.
Can I have the PowerPoint, please? Thank you. Okay, without making this too laborious, what we wanted to look at was the spring semester enrollment overview. And what you have up on the screen, if you could go to the next slide, please. Thank you. Is the dashboard, and we call it the preference dashboard. What we're looking at in the top left corner is the volume of the current enrollment. And then on the right top quadrant is the percent of the total current enrollment. And what we're doing is we're looking to identify whether our schedule is meeting the demands as we move forward. What we've identified is that students are preferring online mode of delivery, and that we have added several sections as we're moving forward, in particular 17 total, to recognize that demand and to make sure that our students are being properly served. If you go to the next slide. If we're comparing spring 21 to spring 22, if this is 43 days prior to the start of the semester, our head count is down 11.7%. Our units are down 13.9%. We have 539 sections that are 100% filled, but our overall fill rate is 45.8%. So we still have a lot of opportunity for students to enter into scheduled courses. One of the things that has been requested, and we are recognizing that request, is we've created a Tableau dashboard, and then we call it equity and enrollment. And what I would like to request is in January, when you have your strategic planning session, to have the opportunity to actually go very thoroughly through this dashboard and identify the trending that we are seeing through the various disaggregations that we are tracking. What you will see in this dashboard is that we are able to disaggregate by gender, age, and ethnicity, by college, and by the mode of delivery, as well as the particular college. We have annual and term data, we have trend data, we even pull out vets that are on active duty, and we have the enrollment preference on dashboard and this equity. One of the things that we want to look at, we also have, you had the opportunity to get our draft strategic plan. There will be measures of achievement in that draft plan. We will also be, we are now creating a dashboard for those metrics to be able to track on an ongoing basis that will be thoroughly transparent. So we will have multiple opportunities to look at different views. In order to present that here, we need a little bit more time. And so if we could do that at the strategic planning session, that would be wonderful.
Absolutely.
Next slide. Next slide, please. So what we want also to share with you is we recognize that we are down in enrollment, and we want to share with you the organizational structure that we're putting in place to change that moving forward. So one of the things that we have created, you've heard this addressed, is the District Council on Enrollment Management. And what we are basically doing is currently looking what's going on now and planning for our future. And we're using what we call integrated planning approach. We're talking about marketing and communications, the type of access and equity, high impact practices that we have, what we're doing for recruitment and outreach, admissions and onboarding, the various innovative retention and persistence programs, all the way through course and program pathways, and looking at our infrastructure and our partnerships. So one of the things that this particular council will be looking at district-wide is what are we doing? How are we doing it? What's making a high impact? Where do we want to expand? Where do we want to enhance? And where do we want to move forward? And we're doing that through, and it's all 3 colleges in the district representation on this committee. So if we want to make a big impact, we're looking at a strategic enrollment planning plan with these various elements. We established the district-wide enrollment management committee. We are currently developing goals and action steps for that committee of what we want to see going forward. We have 1 semester left for this year. We're identifying data needs, and we plan on collecting and analyzing. We have a couple pilot projects, one going on at Moorpark, that we're collecting and analyzing the impact. We will be developing student enrollment goals, and we are currently using our Tableau as our measurement system for transparency. And we want to create and implement a district-wide enrollment management plan that feeds into the plans that are currently going on at the colleges. So it's very well integrated. And then evaluate your outcomes and your processes. The way we'd like to do this, we will be having a strategic plan with measures of achievement and strategies with the Tableau dashboard. We're going to be looking specifically for the measures of achievement. We're looking at the degrees and certificates. We're looking at AB 705 metrics. These are all disaggregated. Oh, can you change the slide, please? I'm sorry. Yeah. Course success rates, persistence rates, unit completion thresholds, dual enrollment, D and F and non-passing grades. We're going to disaggregate by LBGT, veteran and foster youth enrollments, CTE completers, and CTE living wage. So this will be a very comprehensive and thorough review. We don't want to lose the forest for the trees. That's why we want to kind of have the time to present the information and digest it and have conversations around it and use it as a planning tool for the future. Do you have any questions? Yes?
Questions? Chancellor.
And Dr. Herrera, the dashboards, those will be available eventually to where anybody can look at them anytime because it's live data. That's
Absolutely.
constantly updated. You can do trends, you can look at single point in time and all of that. And we'll want, the trustees to get familiar with using it as well as everyone else. But I think we're really at a good point where we haven't been as a district before of having clear measures of achievement for our strategic goals that will be measured on an ongoing basis with formal reports, probably semi-annually to the board, if not more frequent, and also a strong tie-in of the district and working with the colleges and supporting the implementation of their enrollment plans and having the key people together to talk about how we leverage that work together to the greatest benefit and growing our enrollment and serving the student. So thanks for the overview there.
Trustee Torres.
Sure, if you're familiar, in one of the workshops that I attended at the CCLC conference, there was this company and they do analytical work. And it was really nice to be able to see how they were able to disaggregate the data by the zip code and the areas that the students live. So as we're looking into even adding to this, it's knowing, okay, this is where they live. And so maybe you have something already like that, but I thought it was so creative to be able to actually have like a visual and to say, these are our students and this is where they live and this is the need. And so we can, as we're doing recruitment and we're looking into marketing, and I can see like our district coming together, different departments to be able to say marketing, recruitment, enroll. I mean, it was just amazing to see. And I can't remember the name off the top of my head, but I did take notes because I found the information so helpful that they're able to just do it for us because it's really time consuming. And it was really neat to be able to see how they work with some districts and they were able to get the data for them so then the district can invest their efforts into then doing the work. But I found that very interesting. I'm not sure if you've heard of anything like that before.
We currently have it on our dashboard right now, and it's on our website. If you go to institutional effectiveness, you will see a map, and it's broken up by city, and you can disaggregate it by age, gender, and ethnicity, by city, and what college they're going to, and our students. Correct. And so that we have that currently. If you want to get a taste or a flavor for what we're doing, we're building the parts to the car as we're moving forward. But we have a small part to this enrollment management that we've published just to do a little tease. But behind the scenes, we have a lot more coming. But we have that map up already. Yeah. And I can send it to you. Yeah, I'll send you the link. Sure.
Anything else? Trustee Perez and then Trustee Chancer.
Yeah, just real quickly, if you can, would you tell me a little more about what is the current plan that's going on at Moore Park College under that number 3, identify data needs, plan, collect, and analyze?
They are doing what they call an 8+8 pilot project. And it's where they have students taking 2 courses every 8 weeks. And so it's proven to be extremely effective in other locations, and it's proven to be very effective at Moore Park. The other colleges also have a similar program, similar, but it's called PACE. So we have a lot of programs and projects that I think we're really wanting to look more closely at and expand where they are making high impact. I think what you're going to find moving forward is a much more organized, complete, thorough, and transparent approach to what we're doing and how we're doing it. And we have great partnerships with the colleges. Our enrollment management committee has 4 chairs. one from each of the colleges and then the district. And everybody is extremely invested in making a difference. So it's a great team.
Okay, go ahead. I said trustee Chance would go next.
Is it in our January meeting that we're going to look into the schedule of classes that's provided to the board to look at the equity piece in terms of our schedule of classes when we look at the social justice, and we talked about it in our policy committee. So for example, if we have an online course on, let's say, psychology online Mondays, Tuesdays, or Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays from 10 to 11, we're going to see if we offer the same course in person, so we can truly say students are choosing online because they have the option of taking the exact same course in person, same day, same time, but they're choosing online. And then Brian, Trustee Rodriguez made a good point that you took one class, because what we saw this past semester was that if you wanted to take a class in person, the class was offered once a week for 3 hours. And so if I'm a student who needs to work, I'm going to go online because the schedule in itself fits much more easy my schedule than going in person. And Brian, if you want to share your example so the trustees can hear it, because I thought it was really insightful.
It's taking notes, but thank you for putting me on the spot, I guess. All right. So I did just want to commend you and your team for the tableaus. And I don't know if it's a correction, but the one that Trustee Torres is referring to, I have actually seen it. It's there. I know there's like 1 or 2 out there. I think they're super helpful, and I enjoy that they're going to be even more comprehensive. But with that, that specific tableau, I don't think it does zip codes. I think it only does cities, and it says percentage that accompany the district. So I think having that zip code and being a little more thorough might be a little more helpful. And I hope that you follow up with Trustee Torres and explore that. And then with regards to the courses, I do think that would be really helpful. I don't know if that be in a Tableau form, but I'll speak to my experience. I did find it a little difficult being able to craft my schedule since I'm pretty busy as a student trustee, and also with the other things that I do, I found it difficult to kind of find the in-person courses to like fit my schedule, especially considering we have board meetings on Tuesdays. And so I did choose an online version of a lab instead of an in-person. And I also think that it would be helpful not only in that case, but also in student engagement. I know one thing that's been difficult for clubs is finding out when, you're going to have your club meeting and whether or not it'll interfere with classes at a particular time. So I think having that open to members of the public, I think would be really beneficial to students who want to, plan an event at a certain time, but don't know there are 200 or sections, being offered. And so maybe that isn't the best time. So I also did want to throw out another reason why I think that it would be valuable to have that tableau or just that information in general.
It is open to the public, right?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I said it is the dashboards, anybody can look at it, correct?
Correct, it's
Okay.
public.
Not
Not the intense one that we're putting together right now.
Right.
You won't see that until January because we're still building the
Right,
parts.
but it will be. when
Yes,
it's-
yes. And I just would like to say that I acknowledge what you're saying about specific scheduling. I caution about going too deep into the woods that we lose the forest for the trees. I think we need to start more general, and then the colleges, when they're doing their enrollment management and their scheduling, one of the things we're looking toward is getting some scheduling tools and software to help be more productive in that process. And that's DCM is looking at that. But I would caution against getting too deep into the woods right now. And I respect what you're saying as far as what you're looking for.
Chair, if I may, so it's more of, so it wouldn't be adding because the work is already done. So I don't know who would be doing the work, but it's really just presenting to the board the schedule what's there. So it's not a request to add or to do, it's just simply present to us in a report, however it's going to look like of the courses of how does it look like online and in person, because I know there was a report you sent me and it was really helpful in August. I remember seeing what we had. And that was really good to be able to see. And I know I really appreciate it as a trustee. So If there can be like a consensus or maybe the board and then having a report done and just to present this, because that's one way to measure. I think for us, when we're looking at equity, especially as we're looking at online in person and also having heard from Brian, who represents our students, that he did see that he had to choose online because the class in person was offered once a week for 3 hours and that didn't fit his schedule. So I think that helps us just to see what's being offered. We're not asking the colleges that offer more, offer this. At this moment, it's just show us what you have and to segregate it in that way. So that's really just a request. So it's not going into the woods, it's simply seeing, show me the woods, what you have already, just show it to me. Or just a forest in a sense, not the details of what kind of trees just the information in general. Does that make sense what I'm asking?
Chair, just if I could briefly add to that, I agree with you. The information is there. I actually got it from Ventura College before to better plan out and map out our MECHA meetings. So the information is there. It's just the problem is that because it does shift so often that I think what, Vice Chancellor Herrera is saying that it might not be as helpful because it is shifting, so often, and we might lose sight of that. So I think that's kind of what Vice Chancellor Herrera is getting at, but correct me if I'm wrong.
I think I understand what you're looking for. And when we start planning the meeting, we're going to see what, how what we have time for and what is available to us in a report format. But I think that what he already sent to you is something that you want to see again. Okay.
We have a whole.
Trustee Chancellor, I swore I'd get you eventually.
I was just enjoying all the forest conversation. I've never heard more forest.
I'm from Michigan. We have a lot of
references
trees
in my whole life. Yeah. So, hey, we heard a public comment tonight, and it was in regards to. So I'll throw out a situation. Is at any of our 3 colleges, is there ever a scenario where a calculus class, for example, is full? And there are no options at all, like different times for that, and a student has to then go to another college to take that class. Is that common? Does that happen frequently?
Chair?
I can address that somewhat. We are constantly looking at our schedules, and when classes fill up and there aren't other options, we open other sections. And so that's something that we're always looking at. Now, does it happen on occasion that a student might need to go to another college? I'm sure it does, but I would say that's the exception and not the rule, because we are trying to adapt to where our students need the instruction.
Sure.
I'm going to let Trustee Chancellor finish and then I'll come to you.
The next question I had is there a different cap or max for online courses versus in person? So if I take an online calculus class, is the class capped at 45 or 50? And if it's in person, is it capped at 25 or 30 or whatever it is? And I know I should know those exact numbers, but.
Someone want to grab that?
As you know, in spring of 2020, we all had to pivot real quickly to online instruction, and we had various levels of faculty and their comfort in their training online. So we consciously did lower the caps for our online classes to make sure that the high quality of the instruction that we were delivering at the time previous to the pandemic was maintained in that online platform. So yes, you will see in some instances lower caps in some of the online classes.
I'd like to also say that if you're looking at the schedule a couple of weeks ago, you may have seen some online courses that were low as far as their caps. Those were PACE classes. Those were classes where they were allowing them to stay open for the PACE students, give them the chance to enroll, and then they moved them up to 40 if they didn't fill with PACE students. So if you saw an inequity there, that's because strategically they did that on purpose.
Good to know. Okay, thanks. And then my last quick question is, and it's kudos to a success, but it's also a curiosity to wonder if that's going to be replicated at other colleges. And that's Oxnard College with them assigning counselors at local high schools. So, as a high school teacher, I now have the pleasure of when I find out, because I'm in an alternative ed school where kids graduate every day of the week, I mean, I had students graduate on Monday, 2 of them. So it's really great as I get word that a student is close to completion, say, so what are you going to do come Tuesday after you graduate? I don't know. Well, did you think about Oxnard College? Maybe let's talk to a counselor right now. So I'm curious because I know there's an excitement about that and a huge success already, even though I think it's, I don't know, three months deep into doing that. At the other colleges, if that's something under your office in the enrollment committee that they are looking at and sort of these big ideas, and at the college level, both at Moore Park and Ventura, if that's something that is going to be implemented, if there's a timeline on it, if it's just a concept, idea, things like that.
No, the DCEM, which is the Enrollment Management Committee, has specific goals, and we're looking at these high impact practices. So that's the whole idea of us eventually getting an enrollment management plan, where we have 3 years out, we know what we're doing and how we're doing it. Now, will it shift? Obviously, but I think it'll be a much more organized approach.
I guess my ask is if it would be great to get, I know it's coming in January, but that's one question I have. A specific question is if that is something that's on the table for the 3 colleges for the remaining portion of this year, and certainly for next year to work with our K-12 partners at placing college counselors from our 3 colleges at our local high schools for outreach.
I see Dr. Reese. Do you want to weigh in here?
I do know Moore Park College is looking within our dual enrollment to look into doing that. We are just at the beginning stages of figuring out how many, what to put, who to put, things like that. But it is part of the conversation within our dual enrollment program.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Earlier today, so now that we have our mandate that's going to go into effect, that students who have not been vaccinated won't be able to be on campus starting the spring semester. There was a comment saying that students who need to take lab courses will not be able to do so. Are we educationally prepared to be able to serve our students with the same equity as we would the ones that are able to come in person? So like, for example, the students who who for their personal reasons are not getting vaccinated, are we prepared also knowing that coming in the spring, they would be taking online courses? Are we prepared to offer the same level of courses and opportunities so they can finish their degrees?
So there, I'll turn that to the colleges, because I know some of the labs, some of the CTE programs, I do believe that they are in person only. So we would have students who would not be able to complete those types of classes or degree programs and would need to consider another. So there are instances where that would occur. Is that correct?
Josh?
It's absolutely correct. For example, the fire academy, there's just no way to complete the hands-on activities in a remote lab. And you wouldn't want a firefighter coming to your residence that hasn't had the hands-on training. Dental hygiene, same thing. So there are some instances where that's the case.
We're also hearing from the UCs and some of the Cal States that they are really committed to having some of the science labs, having those on ground. So we're following what is going to be transferable for our students as well.
So maybe this is a question that can be addressed later, but it might be at the state level, how are we addressing the equity piece, particularly during this time for those students who choose not to get vaccinated, but that they're still able to get their degrees? It saddens me to know, it saddens me that Tony is going to be going somewhere else when he already left, but that he's one of our Ventura College president, and there is not an option for him. And that's definitely one of the things that I hadn't thought about how that would look like. And I know as trustees, it's more of looking into, I think, a plan of what can we do for our students. And I don't know, maybe there isn't a response yet. Maybe it's something that's being looked at the state level, like what are we doing with our students so they still have access to an education who didn't want to get vaccinated because it's their choice. But I still feel we have a responsibility as an educational institution to be able to provide to them an education, given that we do have also other sister districts and colleges at other states that don't have the mandate. To think about what are some of the things we can do, where are some of the places if they need to go somewhere, where would it be? I think it's just a conversation that needs to be had that maybe hasn't been had yet within the different institutions, but left me thinking. That's why I wanted to ask, because I wasn't sure if we had a plan in place.
Okay, we're gonna, I'm gonna take a 5-minute break because I need one, and then we will come back and.
Chair McKay?
Yes. You want to talk to them on this subject?
I did just want to provide my personal experience to some of the questions that Chair Chancellor asked, but I don't know if you still would like to hear that at this time.
If you could do it briefly, that would be great.
Yeah, I'll just say in my experience, there was a French course that wasn't offered at Ventura College, so I had to take it at Moore Park. So now I'll officially be a student trustee taking a course from each college. And another thing is just with regard to the second question of the caps. What I noticed, I signed up in the first week, so it may be different now, but there was a higher number of there was a higher capacity for online courses. But there were less of those online courses and there were more in person, but those had lower capacity. I don't know how much that has changed, but that was my experience. I just wanted to provide that, advice and personal experience.
Forgive me, Chair McKay, but before we call the break, can we conclude this item? I think.
Okay, I thought we had, so please go ahead.
Had some vaccination rate numbers he wanted to share.
Please go ahead.
Some, quickly, but really do want to thank everyone for the work they've been doing just on communicating about getting vaccinated and people actually doing that, and also HR and the colleges for all the work around reviewing all the medical and religious exemptions. So right now, we have all managers and supervisors that are vaccinated or have the exemption. About 99.5% of full-time faculty that are vaccinated or the exemption, 98% of classified, 96% of part-time. And HR is working with those that still haven't gotten vaccinated to communicate with them about the need to get vaccinated and the next steps to be happening. So just wanted to report those numbers out. And also mention that, with the testing will be continuing into spring semester for those that have the medical and religious exemptions there. And the testing is at no cost to the employees and students there. And also no cost to the district at this point, because they get reimbursed through insurance or state or other federal funds.
Percentage are vaccinated?
Dan, do you happen to know just the overall testing numbers at this point?
Are very high right now, probably in about the 80% range, 85% range of those checking in through campus or checking in with a vaccinated, verified status.
Okay, thank you. Okay, is there anything else on this? Okay,
Chair
let's
McKay,
do,
yes.
yes.
Sorry. Anyway, I wasn't finished earlier. Just in light of all the comments and anecdotes that we've heard, even by student trustee Rodriguez and other people who came for public comment. Indulge me, but I think the slide that's spring semester enrollment overview, it's labeled VCCCD spring 2022 enrollment, and then delivery method preference dashboard. I think the word preference should be stricken from the title here. I think this is a report on, you know, the outcomes, but I'm not at this point just being mindful of those instances where a student has no option but to register for an online class. That may not be that preference for that student. So, and the other thought that I had is I appreciate all the rapid response that the colleges have made, faculty and management and classified. And a lot of good work, a lot of good outcomes has occurred. But I think we've got to be mindful of, you know, now the hard work really begins, and that's being able to provide the support to those students that do need in-person, on-campus education instruction. And again, at that joint CEO CCCT board meeting on the topic of mental health services, you know, students are missing the socialization and whatever. And, you know, due to their own personal or family circumstances, may be forced to take online classes, but they would prefer and need on-campus instruction. So, you know, it may seem a small thing, but I would feel more comfortable if that word preference were taken out, just for those reasons alone.
I'd just like to say, Dr. Herrera, I always really enjoy your presentations. They get right to the point. They're full of data. And, you know, as one trustee, when there's more information coming and you let us know that it is, and you give us a time when it's coming, it's so refreshing to hear that and to know that it's being handled, and we look forward to hearing from it. So I really appreciate that.
Great.
Thank you for, you know, having.
Well,
I wasn't going.
yeah, but you missed the chance when it was right on the one topic.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, I mean, I tried, but Chair wanted to go to.
Yeah.
Which is also fine.
Yeah.
You know, I was gonna motion
Like, I ended
myself
up
as
just
chair,
getting
but
it
you know,
myself,
since
because
I wasn't allowed to
it was
motion,
before,
I
and it
guess.
was
Don't you
it
worry.
didn't take too long. It had the different colleges, and then it had the section, I think it was just the in-person ones for me. And then it had the dates and the times, and then I was just able to look at it across to see, and then, and that was good, and maybe, and that was really quick, so,
Yeah, because it's all there.
so it's there, and so maybe it just, I'm not sure if it'll take too much time, but I think it's really good, you know, when we do analysis of data, that's it, and then that way, like, I know it's like, we can truly say, I know for myself, and I can truly say, you know what, this is good, we're online, this is what it looks, this is what they're choosing, and then we can really support it and defend it, so this is what it is, because we really deserve it, if we look at equity, if we notice, wow, it's in our schedule, the barrier, okay, well, let's offer more this, and then as we're looking at it, it gives us more information, it'll give you really good information to kind of what the position is doing. And then as you're looking at it, you can feel, okay, let me see what it looks like, and that, you know, because I can imagine to you it comes, you know, so much, as you can hear from, this is what maybe a certain college, a certain department may need, but then if you have the data, and it helps you also, okay, so we can do this, or you can also know, actually, you know, maybe we can compromise. So I think overall, it helps us, but then it helps you a lot, I think, your way, since you're not at the colleges.
Glad that
Just waiting for trustee Torres. We'll be done. I hope.
I'm gonna take a little sip.
Okay, friends. Come on, bring your coffee. Come, friends, let's do this. Okay.
Oh, you felt it, huh?
Thanks, everyone. Let's hang in there. The Chancellor search update. Trustee Gillespie, I appreciate that you sent us this. Do you have some more to tell us?
Just remind everyone that the board will be interviewing 5 search firms at a special meeting on December 20th. And I believe that is in the afternoon, starts right around
And it's, yeah, it's
noon.
about at noon. So just to clarify, should we eat before we come or will there be food? Since it starts at noon. What? Okay, it's just, I mean, we can eat. It's just I just need to know whether to eat before we get here or not when it's a 12 o'clock start. Okay. Okay, we'll figure that out and make sure everyone knows that's the 20th next week, Monday, right?
Mhm,
Okay.
correct, yeah, and the only other thing is Laura is looking at dates in January. She'll be proposing some things for some meetings for some of the discussions with different groups regarding the chancellor profile.
Right. I mean, because one of the things that Dr. Gillespie sent us and that I printed out was the last time when we did this, May 2016, we were selecting our committee before this time. And so we were convening the screening committee. We convened it in November. So and that's when we were able to interview in April. So it's just, we have got to, as a board, really pull ourselves together to do the outreach to the community that we said we would do transparently to get that input. And, we might have to move our schedules around a little bit and stretch ourselves in order to get those done as Laura sends us dates, because we cannot push that further or we just absolutely will not, we won't hit anywhere near the timeline that we set forth. We were going to have our outreach meetings in November and now we're sitting here in December and we haven't, I've done some ones with internal stakeholders, but we haven't had a single, external stakeholder meeting. So the academic senate presidents and classified senate presidents have graciously offered to help, but it's up to us to hear the input from the community. We had talked about doing a Zoom, kind of a big town hall Zoom, and then each of us or pairs of us doing kind of more of our area. It would have been great, I think, to have them in person to, be able to sit at Moore Park College and have people come. I think given how close it is to the holidays and the uptick in the virus right now, I just don't think that's very practical. So I think we're going to be doing them by Zoom. And so hopefully that makes everybody's schedule a little bit easier to work with. But just having been through this a couple of times, if we do not really start moving with real intention and to get some of these things done, we're not going to get there. I've been on a couple of statewide calls and the 22 openings from last year, you're starting to see the movement from that. So all those people are taken off the list because no one's moving, they haven't announced that they're moving here and then they're going to move somewhere else. So there's a ton of movement happening right now. And so it's just going to be, it's going to be a rough and rocky and, we're all just going to have to knuckle down to it. So I just wanted to say that. And Trustee Torres.
So because it's December, what do you need from us? Do we need to come to you with a date of when we're going to host our town hall in our respective districts? Just so we can leave from here with committed a time to get back to you, to let you know this is when, for example, for me, this is when I'm holding mine in Oxnard. Because you're right, time is ticking, it's the holidays, but as trustees, we need to get working. It's really important. And so maybe we can agree to give you a date as trustees to let you know when we're going to have our respective town halls.
Well, I think Laura was going to send out some invitations to some like one that went to educators where we invite the folks that are in P20, which is superintendents and college presidents and the people in P20. And that as long as we can have two trustees, at least one trustee and hopefully two trustees attend each of those as Laura tries to set those up. If there's a time that you'd like to work with Oxnard College, that you want to work with that constituency, that'd be awesome. And to just, pick a date and get it, get it worked with.
College.
Yeah, we'll work with, the chancellor's office with Laura to make sure that you're not, stumbling across one of the other dates. And then the academic senate, I know you have your regular meetings, but, maybe we can do something where your members, we've met with the members of the classified senate, and with you, we just met with you three presidents. I don't know if you're good with that or if your members are going to feel like they were left out. But the main thing we've got to agree on is the makeup of the committee. We talked a lot about that when the five of us met on this issue. I think what we came up with was good, but we have to get general agreement on that. And then who's it going to be so that again, as we're going to have to do some of this concurrently, kind of pick the committee and talk about what are the attributes that we're looking for so the search firm can start working on the brochure and the application process. So it's a lot. We waited a little, we're a little behind is what I'm saying. So. Okay. I would say that for all of us that got the email from Dr. Gillespie, if you look at the chancellor search timeline that PPL sent from the last time, it will give you an idea of kind of what we're up against. And I think it will be helpful. Yes.
I just wanted to also comment, and I hope that, students are also involved in the process, and that me and you could set up something where we could speak to each of the associated student bodies. I think that would be really nice. And then I also kind of wanted to throw this out, and then feel free to deny it. But maybe when there are, specific, so in the case of Trustee Torres, she plans on going to Oxnard College, maybe also having President Sanchez there, members of his executive team to maybe be able to field questions if they come up that are more college specific, and kind of maybe broaden the discussion out a little bit. And of course, invite also vice chancellors to be there as well, just to be out there in the community. I don't know. I just kind of want to throw that out there.
So that they're part of answering questions from the community?
Yeah. So if, for example, someone isn't really sure about what the chancellor does, or they say, they make a comment about institutional effectiveness, but they didn't know that it was actually Dr. Herrera that handles that. Maybe she could kind of be there just to jump in and be able to field that question, and also take that opportunity to educate our community about, the system of, our community college district.
I think it's a great idea. We may not have the gift of that time. Yeah. And so, to the degree that we can, I think it's a fabulous idea. Just so, again, in transparency, what we did talk about is taking the committee, which is currently 23 people, which is very difficult to coordinate meetings, especially on the tight timeline, that kind of almost cutting that into a third. Then instead of having 3 academic senate presidents, we have 1 with an alternate, again, so that there's, someone misses a meeting and it throws everything off, so that academic senate presidents have a spot. And, I don't know if you guys are going to wrestle for it or whatever you're going to do, but, same with classified, same with the student, the ASG student presidents. And there usually are 5 community members that each of us, we're going to have to talk about that. Are we each going to still try and we're going to try and cut back on the community members, because quite frankly, getting the community input, I think, is more important than having a community member that they're not educators. What I got from our Senate president, from the classified Senate, was that having them on the committee, since they're not educators, they maybe aren't as valuable in doing this paper screening and sending finalists to us. And I just think, and again, I'm trying to speak for the board as best as I can here, is that the point is this is our one and only hire. And so we want to have input on the front end and have a chance to talk to the screening committee about what we're looking for, so that we end up with how it's been the last 2 times that I've done this, is the finalists walk in the room and we get the paperwork in front of us. And sometimes, you know, we got to go one of the times we did forums. And so we had the opportunity to see them at forums. But one time we didn't even see them until they came into the room and interviewed with us. And that just doesn't feel like a very good way for our one and only hire as a board to run the district to do this. And so that was, we set out to change it. And, you know, so now we have change to deal with, and we did not have enough time in our change to have an AP go through the governance process. So we're going to have to promise ourselves that immediately following this, that we do the AP, that, you know, is a process that's going to work, you know, that we learn from this time around, and that we get the AP down so we don't end up here again. So anyone else have any questions or anything to add? Just Chancellor Gillespie, you got something to add about being a chancellor?
Yeah, no. Well, one thing we can do, and Brian, this might get to your concern, is that we can get from HR the previous chancellor job description and profile that was used, so that when we have these forums, that can be shared with people so that they see what the current job looks like, and then just revise that. So that'll make things a lot easier. And then I think it'll be important from the search firms that you also, the board will be interviewing, is to just find out from them their time frame for working with you and participating in these types of forums and helping to generate the new presidential profile, because that'll be a lot of the work they do, but they'll need to work with the board on doing it.
Right. And it was the search firms, quite honestly, that told us the last 2 times that our committee is too big and unwieldy, and it makes the process really lengthy, because just getting them together and getting the meeting set is really difficult. So hopefully we can make up some time by having the committee be a little smaller. So, okay. Anyway, so the 20th, that's what we do. We're going to interview search firms and hopefully find one that can work within our compressed timeline and can give us assistance and guidance in doing so. So, okay. So that is that item. And now I have absolutely managed to mix up all my papers. Okay. So now we will move to 1603, action to approve. No, we did that one. 1604, update information, redistricting board. This is Dr. El Fatal, our boundaries, our maps, who we represent.
What you have in the packet is the maps that the County Board of Supervisors have approved. And I understand that the Ventura County Office of Education is going to have a couple of extra meetings during the month of January, and may establish some different lines as they go through that process. As you know, we can either follow the County Board of Supervisors new trustee areas, we can follow the County Office of Education, or we can do our own. So the board has let us know in the past that we could follow one of the others, would probably be the likely thing that's going to happen. I think that if we wait for the County Office of Education to develop their plans, we'll have a pretty tight time frame in February to come forward, of which we would bring you an option A and an option B, which maps do you want to follow, if that's going to be your preference. And just, I did talk to the consultant that actually did the County Board of Supervisors maps, and I asked specifically the question about public hearings. Would we be obligated for public hearings and so on? I just wanted to understand the process to share that with you. And it's my understanding at this point, although I will continue to do some research, that if the trustee areas that either of those agencies adopts, and this board chooses to follow one of them, it's just a matter of sending a letter to the agency. Might be a little bit more complicated than that, but no public hearings on our side because all of those have already occurred. So that's, I think, the information I have to share with you, unless you have some questions or comments.
Any questions, comments? Trustee Perez?
The interest of VCOE and possibly adopting different districts.
They have some issues. Let's leave it at that. Trust me.
Thank you.
Okay.
Just Trustee Rodriguez.
Yeah, I just want to say, I know this, like, I'm not really affected by this, but as a political science major, I find redistricting fascinating. And I watch the county process pretty closely. And I'll just say that I would hope that we wait to see what the other governing agency does, and we also get a chance to look at those. And then I did want to comment for my colleagues and let you guys know that one major difference that does affect us from the supervisor maps is that Oxnard College is no longer in Trustee Torres's district. It is switched to District 3, which is Trustee Mantooth. So I did just want to give you guys that to consider as well.
And I end up with CLU because I won't even have Channel Islands anymore. So I really no public college in my district at all. So it is the county supervisors, they did a great job. They put a lot of work into it. They had a lot of pressure because some of their original maps cut cities in half and into 2 supervisors. And so I would have to say that Supervisor Long took a hit for the home team by letting her district really get cut up in order to spare most of the other cities a similar fate. So I think that it's worth, from my perspective, it's not an action item for tonight. We'll wait and see what the Ventura County Office of Ed Board does. Past practice, when I became a trustee, my lines were a little bit different than the supervisors. And I think, I can't remember if it's the same as the board, but mine was a little bit different than the supervisors when I became a trustee. Just a little weird differences. So obviously we had been different once. Then in 2012, we voted to go with whatever the supervisors went with because we didn't have 2 nickels to rub together and we weren't going to pay any money to do anything on our own. And then this time around, hopefully we can follow one or the other, makes sense for us. Trustee Mantooth.
A little history with this, having worked at the county office both in 2000 and 2010. And at that time, a decision was reached to not go with the Board of Supervisors, but to go with the County Office of Education. And then the point was moot in 2010 because all 3 agencies ended up with the same boundaries. So you have some history either way.
I will comment, the last map that you were provided is it's an overlay of the existing trustee areas. It's page 383 of 613.
If I could get a printed one, it'd be it's really hard to see on my iPad. It just kind of floats all over the place.
Well, I'm hoping, don't ask me to explain it to you, but our marketing folks did the overlay. If you look at it, there's just some when they created 2 areas in the Oxnard area, it just gets a little bit, you have to really focus on it and study it. So no, we'll make sure that you have copies, but so that's our map. We took the existing counties that showed all the trustee areas and then did an overlay, which I think if you look at it, you'll be able to see most of it or figure out most of it.
Yeah, it is helpful to have the streets. I mean, to be candid, Trustee Mantooth and I skated through this by about a half a block and be staying in separate districts. So, we're okay. We've stayed in separate districts, but again, there were maps that were not like that in the adoption process. So
I think we can maybe address that when the time comes for you to take a vote one or the other to have some specificity that you'll be able to
maybe that
see.
helps you understand why VCOE is looking. Trustee Perez. Anything else on that? All right. No board members absent. Okay, 1701. What? 1605 board member absence. Okay. I guess we'll take, do you want to take them one at a time? Okay, so there's an action to approve board member absences, trustee Mantooth from the September meeting and from, or I'm sorry, the October meeting, and trustee Perez from the November meeting. So I need a motion to approve the absence. Is there a second? Okay, been moved and seconded to approve the absences. Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Okay. All right. Motion carries. 5-0. Student trustee, aye. Sorry about that. I did not. I missed that. I thought we went by those. Okay. So 1701, action to approve use of general fund designated general fund unrestricted unallocated reserves, approval of budget amendment to advance the completion of solar energy projects. Dr. Opatow.
So we're asking for the board to approve a total of $420,000. $170,000 of it is in a designated fund for energy efficiency. The board in December of 2014 designated 1.5 million for that. All of that has been spent other than this 170,000. So we'd like to expend the final dollars of that amount. And then there's an additional $250,000 that we're asking from unrestricted unallocated reserves. So that's for a total of 420,000. This is to get us as close to completion on the 3 solar array projects as we can without dealing with some final change order issues that have not been fully gone through the process. So I think this will get us to a pretty good place to cover what we need to cover in terms of the final amount of money for these solar projects, other than charging stations, which we'll talk about in a bit.
Okay. Okay, it's been moved in second. Is there any discussion? Okay, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion, any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Student trustee aye. So you have your 2/3 that you need. Moving on to 1702, approve agreement for the electrical vehicle charging stations at Moore Park College.
So I am pleased and thrilled to bring this forward. This particular project is a part of the Edison's approximately $450 million grant program, which will provide, they'll stub up and do the infrastructure on the utility side for 156 level 2 charging stations. I don't have the actual number of parking spaces, but we had committed to at least 10% of all spaces, and this is near that number or at that number, a little bit more than that number. So we feel great about that. And the cost to Edison, they won't put it in the contract, but it's about $1 million per 100,000 for them to do the infrastructure. So this is about $1.5 million on their side. The requirement that they have is that we then actually are obligated to install the charging stations. So, and there was a lot of work done at the campus level and district office level to get to this point where we're at a good place. The estimate here for the installation of these 156 charging stations, it will, right now we estimate $250,000 to $500,000 of us, depending on what kind of rebates we get. And there's a number of different rebates available. Moore Park College, because it's not, I'm going to forget it's not in a disadvantaged community zone. They cannot get 100% rebates on the charging stations, but Edison will provide 80%, and then there may be other rebates available. So Considering the infrastructure cost, and Edison will maintain it for a minimum of 10 years, all their infrastructure. If we want them to maintain it longer, they'll maintain it longer. So that's part of the contract. So I think overall it's a good deal. The charging stations will not be in only one location. They'll be in 4 or 5 different areas across the campus. So, and all of that has already been worked out. We designed it. Edison confirmed our design because they want to get as many as possible that our system can handle.
I think it's great.
Chair McKay.
Yes.
So at what point in time will we get a total project cost for these projects at Moore Park and the other 2 colleges? You don't have to answer right now, but it'll be a little bit. And will we be looking at a similar request for the other 2 colleges?
So yes, Moore Park happened to be first. Oxnard and Ventura are probably going to come to the board in March. So they're working through those processes. That's last as of about 10 days ago or so. That's what I had checked on. If you're asking the question about the cost of the arrays, it's a public-private partnership. So there's no. I can give you an estimate of how much it costs to install, 1 megabyte of arrays or 8.5, but that's on the public-private partnership. They own it, right? They paid for it. We're not paying for that part of it, but we have had costs. So I'll bring that forward of what our total costs have been and what our potential savings might be.
To clarify, I'm talking about the total project cost for the panels and maybe absent this then.
Yeah,
when will it all be wrapped up?
Yes, I'll bring, well, I'm hoping by March, everything will be wrapped up. We're getting pretty close, but yeah, I can put something together. We'll put an analysis together to show total costs.
Thank you.
Chair,
Yes.
I did have a couple of questions. I don't know if, I think Mary Reese, Dr. Mary Reese might be better suited to answer these, but I was just kind of curious how the number of stations were decided. I think it states that there are 156. So I was kind of curious how that number came about.
So that number came about, the number is from Southern California Edison primarily because they want to make sure that whatever our capacity is, they want to fully be at full capacity. And so this is the full capacity. They also have to make sure that the system was designed to handle this. And so there was work on our side because we also wanted to, we had our own engineers look at it and so on, but this is an Edison number. Because there's so much money involved and because the public interest is to have charging stations, we're going to be, installing a lot of charging stations across the state and across the country over the next 10, 20 years, but hopefully more sooner rather than later. So no, it was Edison just wants to make sure they can get as many onto the system as possible that will work based on their analysis of the system. Otherwise, they wouldn't want to spend all the money on infrastructure.
And this kind of goes to my next question of, I know a concern at Moore Park College has been with regards to student parking, not as much now because of the pandemic, but before that has been a concern. So I was curious whether or not that was taken into consideration and if students were involved in this process with regards to input with regard to parking. I know it's still parking spaces, but
yeah, there have been no parking spaces have been reduced through the process. I don't recall what involvement students had. This has been going on now for about 2 years, so I just don't recall all the details that were happening at the campus. But there have been no reduction in parking spaces.
And I know I see Mary Reese. She put her camera back on. I don't know if she has anything else to add.
Dr. Reese, do you have something?
I just agree with, I just am supporting Dr. El Fattal that these numbers came from Southern California Edison, and it's about using the solar panels to generate based on how much energy they generate. That's how many parking charging stations we could have. Our parking has been okay since we built the parking structure. Our concern right now is that we're still using the parking structure for some of our music and theater courses. So we are not using the parking structure for student parking at this time. But I think we're okay right now, or even when we go back on for parking structures. The numbers, we did not have input on how many charging stations. They gave us the maximum that we could effectively support with the solar panels that are already being installed.
All right, thank you for that. And my last question is just, I may have missed it while I was reading, I guess, the agreement. What happens after 10 years? It was constantly referred to the commitment being 10 years. So what happens after those 10 years are up?
So they will maintain the infrastructure for 10 years, and they will have an easement to do that because they have to have access to our site and so on. They'll continue to do it after 10 years if we want them to. So they're committed for the long term, but if we, for some reason, don't want them to, maybe, for instance, we're going to put a building where some of the parking is and, do something different so that we're going to remove some of the charging stations for instance, as a hypothetical to address your question, then we might not want to, have their continued maintenance. But I would imagine we would have them maintain it for more than 10 years, but we'll see, how that comes along.
All right, thank you.
And you never know what the technology is going to bring. Might be better charging stations. Flying cars. I'm there. I want a flying car.
If I may, just one more comment. These charging stations, we need to have the three campuses and district office folks are working together to establish a standard for which product we're going to use. So we're just starting to do that work because Edison has, I think, 156 approved vendors for charging stations. And there's a lot of things to think about in making those choices and so on. But the charging stations will be installed very quickly. I don't want to say 30 days or 60 days, but once all this is done, it's going to move forward pretty quickly. So there's still a lot of work to do. It's not going to go on for 5, 6, 7 years of installation time. So
Nice to
it'll
know.
happen quickly.
Any other questions?
We have a motion? Chair?
No, we don't. I need a
I'll move
motion.
approval.
Is there a second? Second. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 6-0 or 5-0. Student trustee yay. Okay. Then
Chair,
maybe
in the interest of
I was
time,
going to say 1703, 04, and 05. Can
I'll
we?
move approval.
Thank you. Is there a second? Been moved and seconded. We'll take the action to ratify the career access pathways agreements between the three colleges and their subsequent others, K-12 school districts. Discussion?
Do we anticipate there will be other agreements with other school districts?
We keep hoping. Okay. All right. So, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Student trustee, yes. Okay. Action to approve proposed instructional calendar. We had input from our academic senate presidents on this, as well as from one classified senate president
I'll move approval.
and chief negotiator. So what, I'm sorry,
Chair McKay, I move approval.
is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Okay, trustee Chancellor.
Hearing from Mr. Gardner in regards to the flex days, I have a lot of excitement about the content of those flex days and some of the professional learning that's going to occur. And I know it might seem like a small detail, and I don't know if this is like an institution history here that they've always been called flex days, but they sure seem from hearing tonight that they're professional learning days, I don't know if there's any interest on the ones involved in operations, but words matter, and I think when it's flex day, to me sounds like, hey, it's flexible, but I don't know, it just sounded very professional learning, serious and committed to our strategic goals and DEI work. So just the thought to maybe put out there that words matter, and maybe a change later to, instead of calling it flex day, it could be professional learning or something like that. So just an idea.
Good idea. Anything else?
Sorry, Trustee Chancellor, I agree. Words matter. The history of referring to them as flex days, when the old semesters were 18 weeks and districts thought they could do a better semester in a little bit of shorter time. There still is Title V, I believe. Ed Code, sorry, yes, thank you. Ed Code said if you do go a little bit shorter with a flexible calendar, you're obligated to do professional development for your staff and faculty, or it might just be faculty. So they were called flex days kind of as a shorthand, but that's just nomenclature. We could probably change that name, but that's where it comes from.
It is, I mean, I know when I first was a trustee, I was like, what are flex days? You get, you know, are they mandatory or what? So, yeah. Sounded. So anyway, so we have a motion and a second. Everyone ready to vote? All those in favor? Aye. Motion carry, any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Student trustee, yes. Okay, action to adopt the EEO plan. Do we have a short presentation? Ms. Barosa.
Thank you, Chair McKay. We'll keep it short.
Thank you.
Chancellor Gillespie and Board of Trustees and colleagues, I'm happy to introduce this next item, which is our EEO plan for 21 through 24. With me tonight are our two HR directors, Andrea Ingley and Gloria Bañuelos, who are going to be assisting me with the presentation. And to talk a little bit about our EEO Advisory Committee composition, I'll turn it over to Director Bañuelos.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor Barroso, and good evening, Board Trustees and Chancellor Gillespie. As you'll note, this slide includes the names of the EEO Advisory Committee members. The committee is made up of 3 SEIU representatives, 3 Academic Senate representatives, and 3 administrators appointed by the Chancellor. The Vice Chancellor of Human Resources serves as the chair of the committee, and the Director of Employment Services serves as the district's EEO officer. I'd like to share that Amparo Medina also served on the committee and ended her tenure last month. Her contributions were many, and we want to thank her for the work that she did while serving in this role. This committee has worked tirelessly to complete the plan, and I hope that was apparent as you read through the information included in the document. This next item of information that we'd like to share is the process that we use to develop the plan. So I'll turn it back to Vice Chancellor Barroso.
So part of the EEO completion included the EEO Advisory Committee completing extensive training related to regulations to ensure that the plan met all the requirements that we needed to include. This training included just a general review of the role of an EEO Advisory Committee, the purpose of an EEO plan, current state and federal regulation requirements for inclusion in the plan, required components of the EEO plan as per the state chancellor's office, anticipated changes in current legislation, and guidelines for developing a comprehensive plan. The guidelines for we don't have a slide for this information, but we can move on to the next one. So we also, because we wanted to really have a robust plan, we had our EEO Advisory Committee also form a subcommittee so that they could review the various items that were going to be required in this plan. And they met several times during the spring. And so what you have now is the culmination of those very many meetings and a lot of hard work. Our next slide covers the Title V requirements, and we'll give you a better idea of how the plan is built around law. And for that, I'll turn it over to Director Ingley.
Thank you, and good evening, Board of Trustees and Chancellor Gillespie. So EEO plans exist in California community colleges because they are required by Title V regulations. Specifically, Title V requires us to have a district-wide written EEO plan that covers a 3-year period and is updated accordingly. Per Title V, it must also contain 10 specific components that are outlined in the regulations, and it must be developed in collaboration with an EEO advisory committee. The EEO advisory committee role is also a district requirement per California legislation. But I think it's really important to take a quick moment to distinguish legislative EEO requirements from DEI initiatives. The EEO plan being presented today and the components associated with it are required by California law. It's very specific to legislation. And we all know that the law is just the bare minimum. If this pyramid represents diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives, you see that EEO is only a piece of it. It's the baseline. DEI initiatives cover so much more than EEO legislation does. EEO is the enforcement of laws and statutes to ensure two things: fair treatment of our hiring practices and the prevention of discrimination. And some DEI initiatives definitely play a role in EEO. For example, we want to increase diversity in our applicant pools. And how else do you treat groups fairly if you don't take specific steps to appeal to us, the groups that have been historically overlooked? While this is not a DEI plan, Title V incorporates these related DEI topics, and they are included throughout our EEO plan. And with that in mind, I'd like to walk you through a little history of VCCCD's EEO plan. It was first developed in November of 2010, and for some reason at that time, it was built into our Equal Employment Opportunity Administrative Procedure, rather than being created as its own standalone document. The EEO plan was last reviewed and updated in September of 2018 as part of that AP. And the plan that is up for adoption tonight was separated from the AP, revised and completely revamped in collaboration with the EEO Advisory Committee, and it provides for the required 3-year update.
Highlighting some notable changes. Primarily, we have added strategies and initiatives that demonstrate our continuous and ongoing commitment to EEO and DEI in the various phases of employment. So in the plan, and you'll see this is a copy of our plan, and I just really want to thank very quickly Patty Blair and her team for creating such a nice plan for us. We have various phases of employment. Under pre-hiring, we have 7 strategies that we've identified. Under hiring, we've identified 5 strategies. And in post-hiring, we identified 4. And each strategy includes a timeline for completion. We identify a responsible party for the strategy. And we've identified information about how we will assess the initiative effectiveness. On this slide, you will see an example of post-hiring strategy. So as an example, one of the things that we've talked about in DCHR and in really other meetings that I've been a part of, we talk a lot about the exit interview. And so one of the components here that we have is we've included that we will commit to conducting exit interviews with employees who voluntarily leave the district, and we'll maintain a database of the information that we get from those exit interviews. We will analyze the data for patterns impacting monitored groups and implement concrete measures to utilize this information to develop strategies to retain employees from underrepresented groups. You'll note that we have a year. We have year 2 indicated there. Because it is a 3-year plan, we divided them up amongst the 3 years, but that doesn't mean we have to wait until year 2. This is the year that we're going to be reviewing the data that we have after we gather, compile, and analyze the trends related to employee turnover. Upon adopting of the EEO plan, we will post our plan and we will continue the difficult work of completing the initiatives successfully. We are also told that the state chancellor's office will be requiring a yearly board review of the plan progress. So we will be updating the chancellor as we work on the initiatives, and you will very likely be receiving a report from HR and from the EEO Advisory Committee each year as we talk about the progress. And with that, I would be happy to answer any questions that you may have regarding the plan.
Chair McKay, did you mention that part of this whole effort is you will be looking at anticipated or future changes to ed code?
Yes, so we're lucky in that your board attorney does sit on the work group that is looking at the regulations and how they're going to change. And so in anticipation of some of those changes, we've already embedded those changes into the plan. So we're a little bit ahead of the game with that.
And then it's not directly on point on this, but the new nomenclature, and maybe Chair McKay has heard of this through her committee work at the league, is DEIA. And the A is for accommodations. So more changes coming up. It's all good. Thank
Leave
you.
it to us to add another letter to an acronym. Anything else?
I just really appreciate the work the committee really put into putting this plan together because it was very thorough and very intentional with the language. And as I was reviewing it, I was like, yes, yes, and even equity minded, like, and defining what is equity minded and defining the terms at the beginning. So there's no confusion, like this is what we believe and this is what we mean. So whenever you have anybody who's going to be part of the hiring committees or at any point of the process, they understand what the terminology is. And I appreciated that the intentionality in terms of who's going to be in these pre-screening committees, having gone through this training, DEI training and understanding before they even sit in a committee. So that was really nice to be able to see. And I like the fact that there's these studies, longitudinal studies that you're doing to really look over, specifically review the data, if there's significant underrepresentation, even within the different pools and the different job classifications. And so like you're really thorough. And I know it's every 3 years, but what I liked is that you leave discretion if you feel, we need to check it every year because we really need to be making sure that we have this equity piece of it. So it was really nice to be able to see the work that went into it and the intentionality, because it's very apparent, like it was intentional, like throughout the whole process as I was reading the document, I was able to see that. And that was very nice to be able to see how as a district, we're moving forward with language. And I'm sure like as we move forward, we might even come back later with stronger language. But it was really nice to be able to see that. So I really wanted to commend everybody who's part of the committee who worked really hard in this plan. It's very evident and it's something that we are very proud of as a district because we're definitely standing, having a document move forward that represents what we believe. And that's one of the things we've been talking about since day one. It's definitely in recruitment and retention and how does it look like in terms of diversity. So thank you for bringing this forward. It was at the very end and you did very well because it's at the very end of our meeting, but it's still before 11. So thank you, Laura, for presenting this.
Thank
Very
you
good.
for that. I'll share that with the committee. Thank you.
Anything else? You have something? Okay. All right. Then moving on. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, we do need an action to approve. So do I have action to adopt it? So do I have a motion?
Yes, I'll make a motion.
Okay, moved by trustee Chancellor, seconded by trustee Perez. Any further discussion?
I just wanted to say great job to everyone involved. That long list of names. It was nice being able to see everyone's name and great job to Amparo as well. I know she wasn't listed, but great job to everyone involved.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Student trustee, yes. Okay, we're getting there. We are to our favorite 19. I think we can probably take them as a group because they are graduates. And anyone want to give me a motion to approve our wonderful graduates?
Second.
Okay, moved by trustee Torres, seconded by trustee Perez, and with great congratulations to our graduates. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Yes. And motion carries with a big yay. Okay, Chancellor's report.
So I would just like to thank trustee Chancellor for his work as board chair this past year and for trustee McKay for her support as vice chair, and then welcome trustee McKay into the chair role and trustee Mantooth into the vice chair role. I know it takes a lot of time to serve as a trustee, and that time increases when you take on those two roles there. So thanks for that. And just would like to wrap it up by thanking everybody for their efforts this fall. I know, we continue to need to adapt to adjustments and creatively kind of deal with what comes up at any given day, week, month as we progress through a semester. But really, all the employees have done a great job in serving our students well and being dedicated to their success. So wish everybody a restful and enjoyable holiday break and, a good new year moving ahead. So thanks, everyone.
Okay, thank you for that. And now to our favorite part, our meeting evaluation. And someone else is going to get to take this over, but for tonight, let's just run through it. Does someone have a printed copy to leave with Laura? Perfect. Okay. Someone have a clean printed copy that we can. I can put the law of averages down on. Okay. There was quality, honest, focused, respectful, and patient debate during all parts of the meeting. Trustee Perez.
4.
Okay. Trustee Shores. Trustee Chancellor.
4.1.
You and your, can't you ever just use a number? Okay. Trustee Matthews. Okay.
Could you repeat the question? Sorry. Maybe I should
There
have
was
given you my copy.
quality, honest, focused, and respectful and patient debate during all parts of the meeting.
4.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm with Trustee Torres on a 3. Parliamentary procedure was followed. For example, each trustee spoke only once and until other trustees had an opportunity to contribute to the deliberation. Trustee Perez.
4.
Okay. Trustee Torres. Okay. Trustee Chancellor.
4.8.
I swear to God, I'm gonna hit you. Trustee Mantu.
Violence.
What?
5.
Okay, thank you. All right. The trustees focused on the business of the board presented, excuse me, on the agenda, staying within the policy-making purview of the board, which is allowed for an efficiently run meeting. Trustee Perez.
3.
Trustee Torres. Trustee Chancellor.
Solid 5.
Trustee Mantu. Trustee Rodriguez.
A 3.
Okay. The chancellor and staff were treated with respect as the subject matter experts. Trustee Perez.
5.
Trustee Torres. Trustee Chancellor.
5.
Trustee Mantu. Trustee Rodriguez.
4.
The board did not backtrack past decisions or stray into unnecessary commentary to the audience. Trustee Perez.
4.
Trustee Torres. Trustee Chancellor.
5.
Trustee Mantu. Trustee Rodriguez.
A 5.
Okay. The meeting was efficient and each trustee held the others accountable to our ground rules. Trustee Perez.
4.
Trustee Torres. Trustee Chancellor.
5.
Trustee Mantu. Trustee Rodriguez.
4.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. As always, if anybody else would like to contribute and send those to Laura Brower, that would be awesome and amazing. For those of you that sit here with us each month, it is instructive and constructive for the board and something we have to do for accreditation. So thank you
Chair?
very much. Yes.
Could I suggest that maybe we have these printed in the future? Maybe Laura could just have them like near her desk. So when there's breaks, people could just kind of sneak one by and be able to fill it out.
That's a great idea. Okay. All right. And trustee reports. Since I came to you for each vote, rating first, trustee Perez.
In light of the time, just one little comment. It's not a report per se, but I'd like us to look into it. When we move an item like we did tonight, 1603. I think it keeps its number 1603. We just move it. We handled it differently because I heard that we renumbered at 803. And I think that can be confusing when you go back and look at the record. That's all.
Okay. Makes sense. Trustee Torres? I'm sorry, and I'm going to ask you at the same time because we didn't do it. Is there anything for a future board meeting? I have down mental health. Is there anything else? Okay.
Thank you.
Trustee Torres.
I just wanted to say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to everyone. There's been a lot of good work just on the reports, decisions that were made from the Oxnard College proposal to the EEO plan, from our graduates, from policies. I mean, so much happened during December, and so very well deserved time for everybody to celebrate with your loved ones. And thank you from the bottom of the heart from our board, from everything that you do, because you're really the one who runs our district. And Karina, like always, you're here. Our student. So enjoy this time. Take some time away from work, so don't take it home with you, and enjoy your families. It's a time to celebrate. What a blessing for us to be here and do this kind of work during a time of pandemic. So once again, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Trustee Chancellor.
Okay, very briefly, I'd like to just thank the automotive department at Ventura College. They welcomed some of students from Frontier High School to visit them and inspire them, and hopefully recruit some future pirates. So that was exciting. And then congratulations to the nursing students. I attended that graduation. It was really special. The only thing I would add to future board items is a Santa Clara Valley sort of update on just where we are in time with possible conceptual ideas. I know Trustee Mantu has made some comments from the dais and things, but I think just for transparency purposes, it'd be great to put something on the agenda and just let the community know where we are and possibly what could be cooking in the future. So that's it for me.
Trustee Mantu. Vice Chair Mantu.
Something I thought was going to be very inappropriately glossed over actually was recognized by a couple of people up here, and that is your service, Josh. Great passion and great commitment this past year. Thank you.
Anything else? Brian?
I just have. I just have a couple of things for future agenda items. I want to echo. I was about to say chair again, Trustee Chancellor on the Santa Clara River Valley. I think that's important that we hear something about that. Another thing is if we could get an update on the climate change resolution that passed in 2019. Myself and Trustee Vice Chair Mantu weren't on the board, and I think Trustee Bernardo had some comments with regard to cost on one of the environmental things on the agenda. So I think just an overall report on that, or just so we could get some impact on where we've been, I think would be important. And then also just reiterate, I hope next month we could start on a basic needs policy. In my report, I noted that I toured all 3 basic needs offices at all 3 of the different colleges. And I look forward to kind of outlining some, something on that, some board policy on that.
Trustee McKay, forgive me, I think another future board agenda item will deal with the redistricting maps and which direction we're going to go.
Right. Okay.
Trustee McKay.
Yes.
I mean, Chair McKay.
Yes.
I'm sorry, another comment, again, in light of the some of the comments we received regarding from the Santa Paula community. Do we have the ability, if somebody from the community wants to be emailed our agendas, are we set up for that? Much like cities, councils, and the board of supervisors, you can sign up and you'll be emailed our agendas. Maybe we can look into that. Well, maybe a future agenda.
Okay.
To see the methodology, because it still may leave out some interested parties that we may not know of. Thank you.
Okay, so for me, I would like to really express my thanks to Chair Chancellor. It was fun to work with you for the last year. I mean, I think we did some good work together. I really appreciated how inclusive you were all the time, making sure that I was involved or all the trustees were involved. And I think that was a really refreshing change and I appreciated it. So thank you for that. And I just would like to wish everyone a Merry Christmas, wish our graduates congratulations. I hope that this crazy pandemic goes away and that they get to have a normal world soon because they sure haven't had one for the last couple of years. And I hope we all do. So let's hope for a better 2022. And with that, am I adjourning in anyone's name tonight? See, my
Bob Gonzalez.
Oh, yeah. And we are adjourning the meeting in memory of Bob Gonzalez, had a long history in our community, including a trustee from 1996 to 2004. Also served as the chief of police and mayor of the city of Santa Paula. And as Dr. Hoffman's mentioned, there is a service on Thursday at 10 a.m. at the Ventura College, if anyone would like to attend. And with that, we're adjourned.